Before we start the meeting, I do have a few housekeeping announcements to make. First of all, there's no planned fire alarm test today. So if you do hear the fire alarm, please leave by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the agreed assembly point, which is at St John's Churchyard off Druid Street, which is in that direction. Council security staff will be available to direct you. The public toilets, if you haven't yet found them, are located off the main reception area. If you go out these doors here, walk straight across, turn left, you'll find the toilets down the end of that corridor. There are also refreshment machines in the waiting area outside the room in that direction. Finally, please switch off your mobile phones to be silent whilst in the meeting room. This meeting is being live streamed on the council's YouTube channel. So please do not say anything in public in this room that you do not want to be part of the public record and in the public domain. Members of the public are welcome to film, audio record, photograph or tweet about the public proceedings of this meeting. If you choose to do so, please do be considerate to other people in the room and take care not to disturb the proceedings. If you're taking any photographs or filming, please do not film other members of the audience. Keep any cameras pointing towards the top table at this end of the room. During the meeting, members of the committee will not access the internet except as it relates to the official business of this meeting. Send or receive emails, text messages or tweets concerning the business of this committee. That's to ensure that any decisions that we make today, that all our thinking is in the public domain and people are aware on the basis of which we've made those decisions. Finally, if you do need to speak at any point at the meeting, please do, or you're called to speak, please do use the microphone. It's only audio from the microphones that's captured on the live stream. I'd like to remind people, please do try to speak close to the microphone if you're using them, because these new microphones, there have been some issues with people not being able to hear if you sit too far away from the microphone. And finally, do make sure if you're using the microphone and you have any mobile devices, you don't put the mobile devices too close to the microphone, as it does make some interference. Apologies to the meeting. I've had apologies from Councillor Whittam, and Councillor Seaton is here in her stead. We also have apologies for lateness for Councillor Bamby, but I understand he will be here very shortly. And will certainly be here probably before we get to the main items on the agenda. So confirmation of voting members. If those people that are voting members, please raise your hand. And I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves. So first of all, I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone. I'm a councillor for Old Kent Road Ward, and I'm the chair of this committee. And I'm going to start with Councillor Seaton and run that way.
Councillor Martin Seaton, a reserve member.
I'm Councillor Emily Tester for North Bermondsey Ward.
Good evening. My name is Councillor Theo Sayers, Peckham Ward.
Good evening, everyone. Councillor Sam Dalton, Councillor for London Bridge and West Bermondsey.
I'm Councillor Ketsia Harper, and I'm Friday Ward, a councillor.
Thank you. I'm also going to ask. I usually ask all officers to introduce themselves. We've got quite a lot, so I think what I'm just going to do is, if it's all right with people, just ask people at the that are sat at the front desk to introduce themselves. And obviously, if anybody in the back row needs to speak at a later point, those people can be introduced at that point. But I'm going to start on my right.
I'm Colin Wilson. I'm the Assistant Director for Strategic Developments.
Angela Stevens, Legal Advisor.
Greg Weaver, I'm the Constitutional Clerk.
Vicky Lewis, Strategic Applications.
Matt Redmond, Strategic Applications.
Dinesh Patel, Head of Strategic Applications.
Andrew Jones, BPS Chartered Surveyors, Viability Consultants to the Council.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael Takaris. I'm Head of Design, Conservation and Transport.
Andy Eaton, Planner from Design and Consultation team.
Thank you very much. And as I said, we may be introducing other officers at a later stage in the meeting. Next item is notification of any items of business which the chair deems urgent. We have had an addendum report that has been very recently circulated. And also we have a copy of the members pack that's been circulated. I do want to at this stage make a slight apology in that the names that we have on that list now have actually been updated. So some quick work by somebody. Thank you very much. But the version that we have in front of us is slightly out of date. That's all fine. Disclosure of interest and dispensations. Does any member wish to declare an interest or dispensation in respect of any item or issue to be considered at this meeting? Councillor Tester.
Thank you, Chair. Items 7.2 and 7.3 are in my ward, North Bermondsey. I have kept a bit of distance from both of these items to be considered, and my ward colleagues have taken a lead on talking to objectors about those, but nevertheless I have been contacted by objectors, but I feel that I'm in a position where I will be able to sort of sit on those items. So I just wanted to declare that.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Okay, next item is the minutes of the meeting that we held back on the 14th of May. For those of you that were on the committee at that time, do those appear to be a correct record of that meeting? Is that agreed? Agreed? Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item 6, which is a proposed local listed building consent order for the installation of solar panels on Grade 2 listed residential properties in the Sutherland Square and Liverpool Grove conservation areas. And that's set out in pages 7 to 59 of the main agenda pack. And I think Sandy is presenting this. Michael is presenting this item. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The item before you is a proposal that arose when residents in resident group in Sutherland Square Conservation Area approached us about the difficulties they face in trying to install PV's photovoltaic cells on their properties, which are all listed. As a group, they'd considered getting a specialist contractor to install them across the properties, a number of properties in the conservation area. But if each one had to apply for listed building consent, they felt this added additional costs, delay, and potential risk to their property, to the process. So we've considered this in detail. We looked at what other boroughs are doing, and we felt that the best way to do this was to introduce a local development order, a local listed building consent development order, to be precise. The way that a local development order works in this way is that it's the opposite of a sort of Article 4. And Article 4 takes away permitted development rights. A local development order introduces new permitted development rights into properties. And in this case, it looks at specific properties and lists the actual properties that are eligible for this. We did a survey, and all the listed households in the two conservation areas, the Sutherland Square conservation area shown in green, outlined in green, and Liverpool Grove in red. These are all the listed households in the conservation areas. When we looked at them in detail, we realized that a number of them are actually, suitable for photovoltaic cells to be introduced because they had a number of sort of hidden roof slopes where it would be appropriate to do so. So we categorized them as follows: butterfly roofs, where the inverted roof slopes are hidden behind a high parapet on the front roofs on the street frontage. Flat roofs on rear dormers, as shown on the next image, and then we had another type which is sort of paired properties with hipped roofs, but flat roofs in the space in the gaps between the properties. So those were suitable for that as well. And then finally, a side return flat roof, which is in Liverpool Grove, which is also suitable for that. The draft order, which is included in the report, sets out certain conditions which the installations would have to meet in order to comply with the order. And those briefly are set out, illustrated in this diagram, but basically the solar panels should be on the inverted roof slopes of butterfly roofs or flat roofs that are 6 meters or higher above the ground. No more than 200, they should be installed in the plane of the roof and no more than 200 millimeters above it. So not angled up to, they should stay flush with the roof area. And they should be set in at least 1 meter from any roof, any flat roof edge, and not affect any roof features like chimneys and things like that. We also took the opportunity to include in the order some any associated works. So if repairs to the roof need to be carried out, like for like repairs and so on, these are all included in the order, and associated installations. In other words, electrical cabling or duct work that needs to go to within the property, to any associated equipment that needs to go into it. We also included any maintenance associated with the photovoltaic cells, and the order stipulates that when they're no longer needed, they should be removed. As a result of this survey and these once we settled on the conditions, we have the properties that are shown on the map here, 28 properties in Sutherland Square, in the Sutherland Square Conservation Area, and 13 in Liverpool Grove Conservation Area are eligible. And so what we're proposing to do today, and this is what's brought to you as a recommendation today, is that with your approval, we will consult all the eligible properties with a clear guidance on what the implications are of this building consent development order, and all associated resident groups, as well as statutory consultees. We have to consult authorities like Historic England about about this proposal. We ask therefore that you approve that we go out to consultation on this. We will do this over the next month or two, in August and September, allowing adequate time for people to respond and to get back to us. And then we anticipate that we will come back to this committee to make a recommendation. We ask also that you look that you note the outcomes of that we will be coming back to you for a final agreement if we're satisfied to make a recommendation. And we also ask that you note the findings of the equalities, impact and needs analysis, which is included in the report, which recognises that there's no equalities impacts arising from this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I'd just like to welcome Councillor Bamby to the meeting. We gave you apologies for slight lateness earlier, but you did get here just as the presentation was starting, so I think you are able to vote on this item. Do you want to just very briefly, for people knowing, confirm that you are a voting member, just tell people which ward you represent, Councillor Bamby?
Thanks, Chair. Hello, everyone. My name is Councillor Joseph Bamby. I'm a councillor for Chaucer Ward, and I'm a voting member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, and so after the consultation, the conclusions from that consultation will come back to this committee for a final decision later this year. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair. And I must say I welcome this paper. I should just declare that it's partially in my ward. I now realise, but notwithstanding, excellent paper. I can see there's some implication for this. So if you were able to do this here for this conservation area, presumably you could do this for the neighbouring conservation areas, which I am sure will want to have the solar panels installed. Is it the process appears to be quite bureaucratic and resource intensive, your expression says so. Is there a way to streamline it so that the neighbouring conservation areas, indeed across the borough, I'm sure, would want to take advantage? One, they want to respond to the climate change emergency. Two, they of course want to upgrade wherever possible their current infrastructure in those premises which are we want to protect, but want to ensure that they are as energy efficient and utilising the latest technologies. I know I'm putting a lot on your shoulders, of course, Michael, but this is fantastic in so many ways. Over to you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Councillor Seaton. All I wanted to say is that yes, this has taken a long time to sort of get it right and make sure that because we've had to ascertain the sort of significance of all these properties and make sure that any installation that does meet these conditions doesn't affect the significance of these properties. We think this is something that certainly could be rolled out if we're dealing with this as a pilot. In effect, this is the first one that we've ever done. So we're dealing with this as a pilot. If we are successful, if it works and it is welcomed by residents, we certainly would be thinking of rolling it out and looking wider. Certainly, not just to nearby, but possibly the whole borough. But we're taking one little steps at a time, I guess. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, as I understand it, this is obviously different local authorities have different planning regimes, but this is quite innovative, isn't it? In that there aren't many other local authorities that have similar arrangements. So therefore, it's wise to do this as a pilot to sort of check what the problems might be before we look at extending it further. Is that fair to say?
Yes, certainly. We've looked at there's two other boroughs which have done this. Kensington and Chelsea, and Hammersmith have done this. They've done it on a blanket basis, but to encourage PVs to be installed on listed buildings. But there's so many exceptions in their orders, and it doesn't stop. They still require listed building consent to be submitted, but they've kind of drafted it in a way that if you comply with all these conditions, you still need to get permission, kind of thing. So the difference that we are doing here is we've done all the legwork and we've done all the preparatory work, and we've identified the exact properties that don't need to submit listed building consent anymore. We have also, in a similar way, got the streamlined planning process for sustainable environmental improvements. So we think to couple with that, those could work very well.
Thank you. So the approach itself is innovative. Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Any further questions for officers at this stage? In that case, I'd like to take us to the recommendation we have in front of us. So I'd like to move that we adopt the officers' recommendations as set out in paragraph 1 of the report and the main agenda pack. Firstly, that we approve the draft local listing building consent order, LLBCO, for the installation of solar panels on Grade 2 listed residential properties in the Sutherland Square Conservation Area and the Liverpool Grove Conservation Area set out in the draft attached to Appendix 1. That we approve the statutory consultation be undertaken on the draft LLBCO. That we note the outcome of the statutory consultation will be reported back to Planning Committee with a recommendation on the possible making an adoption of the LLBCO. And finally, that we note the findings of the Equality Impact and Needs Assessment, which are set out in Appendix 2. Does any member of the committee wish to second this recommendation? I think I saw Councillor Seaton just about got there first. So I'm going to start with Councillor Seaton. How do you wish to vote on this item? Councillor Dalton? Or Councillor Harper? Councillor Soanes?
For Chair.
Councillor Tester?
For Chair.
Councillor Vanby?
For.
And I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone. I'm also voting for that, so the motion is carried. Look forward to hearing what the consultation feedback is on that later in the. Thank you very much. That brings us to the meat of today's meeting. around development management. So next item of business concerns the determination of planning applications. I'd like to remind everyone on the committee of the guidance on how we conduct business. First of all, officers will present their report outlining their recommendations and answer questions raised by the committee. Second, if present and wishing to speak, the following may then address the committee for no more than 3 minutes each. A spokesperson or spokespeople representing any objectors to the application. By now you would need to have identified who those spokespeople are, and if there is more than one objector wishing to speak, worked out how you will divide that 3-minute time slot between you. Secondly, the applicant or the applicant's agent. Thirdly, a spokesperson representing any supporters of the application who live within 100 metres of the development site. Fourthly, a ward councillor representing the area affected by the proposal. Those ward members wishing to speak and those nominated to speak on behalf of objectors, supporters and the applicants should sit in the front row of the public gallery if they can, which might mean that we need to do a little bit of moving around because I do see that the applicants for the first item are hidden at the back of the room. So it might be we need to do a little bit of shuffling of seats in a second. That's so we have ease of communication between the committee and the speakers, and in case there are any issues that need to be clarified later in the proceedings. However, it's not an opportunity for those people to take part in a debate of the committee. Each speaker should restrict their comments to the planning aspects of the proposal and should avoid repeating information which is already in the report. The meeting is not a hearing where all the participants present evidence which are then cross-examined by other participants. At the end of each representation, the committee may ask questions of the presenter. Speakers should lead the committee to subjects in which they welcome further questioning. That is particularly important if you believe that the 3 minutes time slot for you will be insufficient to get all your points across. The advice that we would give people is to highlight issues that you would welcome further discussion on or questioning from members of the committee. After receiving all the submissions, the committee will debate the application and consider the recommendation. This is a council committee meeting which is open to the public, but however there should be no interruptions from the audience. And finally, I'd like everyone present to know that although this planning committee comprises of members from different political parties, we are not politically whipped. Our decisions are made in accordance with the council's planning and policy and are based on information contained within the relevant reports, together with the consultation responses and any submissions that we hear today. How we approach these applications is set out in the development management report at item 7, and if members are happy to note this report, we'll move on to considering planning applications. Are members happy to note that report? Thank you. That brings us to item 7.1 on, sorry, before we move there, as I said, is there a way we could have the applicants or their agents sitting a little bit further forward in the meeting, or at least somebody that can speak for them, just because we may need to have some further communication. And as I said, it's usually the applicants are the ones that we do need that further discussion at some point. Thank you. Wait for people to take their seats and then we will move on. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so again, thank you people for facilitating that. Right, that does bring us to item 24 AP 2074, the Aylsham Centre on Rye Lane, London, SE15 5EW. Okay, probably worth stating at this stage, as a number of you know, although this is not actually the determination of the planning application because the applicants have already lodged an appeal for non-determination, this committee does need to look at the case that it will put forward before that committee, and that's our opportunity as a council to decide what that case is that will go to that appeal. That's the reason we're holding this today. Now, to be fair to all the participants, we will be treating it, though, in terms of how we proceed today, in the way that we would treat any planning application, use the same process here on that. Okay, Thank you. Thank you, Nagla, for pointing that out. So I'd like to ask Victoria Lewis to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. So as you said, the application relates to Aylsham Centre in Peckham, which is a 90 covered arcade containing a range of supermarkets, a petrol station, a surface level car park. The site's located in Peckham Town Centre, and the west part of the site sits within the Rye Lane Peckham station area. There are a number of listed and locally listed buildings nearby, including the locally listed Jones and Higgins building with a distinctive clock right to the north. Surrounding land uses comprise the bus station, clear of property. Residential uses east, including Purden House and the Cliff Estates and Worker Housing Road. Housing along Hanover Park South, busy shopping street of Rye Lane to the west. We've just got an aerial image site now, so you can main shopping centre is where my cursor is now on the left-hand side. The Morrisons is now remaining area. Surface level car parking and the bar corner petrol station. And below are some pictures, photographs from within the car park for Morrisons and Mark. And these are some photos of the existing frontages to the site along Rye Lane. That's the top left. Top right is the locally listed Jones and Higgins building with the clock tower. The left is entrance to the Aylsham Shopping Centre from Rye Lane. And the bottom right is the view from the bus station on Peckham High Street. The site's subject to site allocation NSP 74 in the Southwark Plan, which requires a comprehensive redevelopment of the site, including retail floor space, new homes, including community land trust homes, new public realm and new routes through the site. Site allocation NSP 74 also includes Peckham Bus Station, but the bus station doesn't form part of this planning application. NSP 74 gives a site an indicative residential capacity of 850 homes and states that development of up to 20 stories could be appropriate in this location. In July last year, Berkeley Homes applied for full planning permission for a comprehensive mixed use of the site following demolition of all the existing buildings and structures, and the application is accompanied by an environmental statement. The application proposes new retail floor space, including a new supermarket for Morrisons, new workspace and new homes. The development will be laid out as a series of 16 buildings ranging from 4 to 20 stories in height, a maximum of 70.4 metres above ground level, and there'd be a basement on the eastern part of the site. The buildings would be set around new areas of public realm, some of which would also be used for servicing, and would be broadly arranged around a diagonal east-west route through the site with 3 north-south routes. The buildings would generally comprise retail space on the ground floors with residential above, although there would be an entirely workspace building on the northwestern part of the site in proposed Block D. The new building for Morrisons will be located on the eastern part of the site, and that will be completed prior to the closure of the existing Morrisons store so that there would be continuous trading throughout the construction process. The development would be delivered in 2 broad phases, with the eastern part of the site delivered first as phase 1, where the shopping centre would go, and followed by the western part of the site, which would be phase 2, and full details are set out at paragraphs 27 to 50 of the officer report. So I'll just take you through some of the proposed slides. So this image here shows you the heritage assets around the site. So the brown is conservation area. So the western part of the site here, the frontage along Rye Lane, that's in the Rye Lane Peckham conservation area, and that extends north as well. To the north of the bus station, just beyond what you can see on the map, there's a neighbouring conservation area, which is the Peckham Hill Street conservation area. The yellow buildings are on our local list, including the Jones and Higgins clock tower, and the green ones are nationally listed buildings, grade 2. So this image shows how the buildings would be laid out. So this is Rye Lane on the left-hand side where the cursor is now, and there would be 2 new routes through from Rye Lane into the site, with a retail loop being created around the site and a new diagonal east-west route focusing and directing you towards the new supermarket, which would be here on the east side where my cursor is. And the new entrance to the supermarket would be roughly here, with visibility of the entrance to the supermarket from the Rye Lane cut through, from the southernmost Rye Lane cut through. So most of these routes, most of them would have the ability to be used for some servicing as well, but predominantly it would be for pedestrians and cyclists. This image shows the distribution of uses across the site. So the light blue would be flexible retail space. The green would be the supermarket, the new Morrisons, and the pink and purple down at the bottom image, those are some ground floor new homes, residential. This is just an image showing how the residential uses would be distributed on the upper floors of the development. And this is the proposed basement plan, so you can see that that would be on the far side of the site, broadly where the petrol station is at the moment. There would be 140 parking spaces in that car park, which would be for the Morrisons shop, and there would also be some accessible car parking for the new homes. This image here shows you some of the communal amenity spaces which would be provided for the development, including a large podium amenity space which would be above the supermarket, and that would be accessible for all residents living within the development. There are lots of images of the individual buildings within the committee report. There's just a small selection of them here, just so you can see some of the different designs. It's a collaboration between a number of different architects led by DRMM, to try to bring some variation to the detailed design through the scheme. The image on the right here, that would be proposed block M, and that would be the tallest building, and that would form part of the Morrisons block. That would be the tallest building on the site at 20 stories. This is the new entrance to the new Morrisons store, which would be visible from one of the Rye Lane cut-throughs, as I've said. And these are some high-level images showing some of the building heights and how the buildings would appear in longer views. This plan here shows you the phasing. So phase 1 is on the eastern part of the site here to allow the new supermarket to go in, and it's only when that part has been completed and Morrisons have moved into their new store that work on the remaining part of the site will begin. When the application was first submitted, it included 877 new homes, 270 of which were to be affordable homes, and that would have comprised 185 social rented homes and 85 intermediate homes. And this equated to 35% affordable housing by habitable room. However, in December last year, some amendments were made to the application, including some minor changes to the commercial space and some minor changes to some of the elevations. The number of homes were reduced by 10 to 867, and the affordable housing was reduced from 35% by habitable room to 12% by habitable room. That would equate to 77 affordable homes, 50 of which would be social rented and 27 would be intermediate. And the applicants advised that the reduction in affordable housing was due to uncertainty around the availability of GLA grant funding for affordable housing, not securing planning permission as soon as was hoped, build cost increases, regulatory changes, sales values remaining flat, and sale rates decreasing. Officers advised the applicant that the reduction in the affordable homes meant that the public benefits of the proposal would no longer be sufficient to outweigh some heritage harm which would occur as a result of the proposal. In addition to the low level of affordable housing proposed, there's currently no firm commitment for the provision of community land trust homes within the development, which is a specific requirement of site allocation NSP 74. Community land trust homes are intermediate homes for sale, where values are capped by a fixed multiple of household income for eligible residents and allocated to eligible residents, and they would remain affordable in perpetuity. And as stated, they do not form part of the application. As stated, the western part of the site sits in the Rye Lane Conservation Area, and the predominant building heights along this section of the street are 3 to 5 stories high. The application proposes to build up to 7 stories along this street, and officers consider that this height and massing would fail to preserve the character and appearance of this part of the conservation area. The NPPF is clear that great weight should be given to a heritage assets conservation, irrespective of any harm, and that where a proposal will lead to less than substantial harm of a designated heritage asset, this should be weighed in the balance with the public benefits of the proposal, including securing its optimum viable use. And this approach is echoed in the London Plan and Southwark Plan policies. In this instance, officers considered that the harm would be a medium to high level of less than substantial harm, and that it would not be outweighed by the public benefits owing to the low level of affordable housing proposed and the lack of CLT homes. Officers also have concerns regarding townscape impacts as a result of the size of proposed Block L facing the bus station. I'll show you an image of that shortly, which would be 10 to 11 stories high. As such, we've slightly amended the reason for refusal through the addendum, and what you can see up on the screen now is the correct version as per what's in the addendum. Shortly after informing the applicant that we would recommend refusal, the applicant submitted a non-determination appeal to the Secretary of State on the grounds of non-determination within the required timescale. So this means that the council can no longer make a decision on the application, and it will be determined by the planning inspectorate following a public inquiry which is scheduled to take place in October this year. Members are therefore being asked to agree what the reason for refusal would have been if we had been in a position to determine the application, and we would then use that reason for refusal as the basis for defending the appeal at the public inquiry. Having reviewed the application in full, officers consider that the application should have been refused for one reason only, which would be the reason up on the screen there, linked to the low level of affordable housing, the lack of community land trust homes, and that doesn't weigh in the balance in favour of granting in this instance that the benefits aren't sufficient to outweigh the heritage harm that we've identified, together with some townscape harm. Of note is that BPS has reviewed the financial viability of the scheme for the council and has concluded that it cannot viably support any affordable housing. Therefore, the recommended reason for refusal doesn't include a recommendation that you refuse on financial viability grounds, and we've got a representative from BPS here to answer any questions if you have them in that regard. Whilst there are other areas of the proposed development which would not fully comply with the development plan, these could be overcome by planning conditions or Section 106 obligations. Planning permissions shouldn't be refused for reasons which could be overcome by conditions or obligations, and to do so could put the council at risk of having to pay costs at appeal. The officer report therefore identifies which issues we think could be overcome by condition or Section 106 obligation and could be negotiated with the applicant during the appeal process, and that is why we haven't included those as reasons for refusal, because there is another mechanism for dealing with them. In terms of the other matters considered, these are set out in full in the officer report, together with details of the consultation responses received. There have been 2 rounds of public consultation, one for the initial proposal and one following the amendments to the proposal, and officers held 5 public drop-in sessions in the local area. In total, there have been 59 representations in support, 19 neutral comments, and 2,427 representations objecting to the application. The supports include turning car parking into housing, that too many affordable homes would undermine the viability, that the heightened design would be acceptable. Many of the objections raise concerns about height, scale and massing, lack of affordable housing, loss of retail space, impacts on the existing businesses, including on and off the site. Full details of the responses are set out at paragraphs 750 to 787 of the officer report, and some additional responses which have been received are outlined in the addendum. In terms of land uses, site allocation NSP 74 requires the existing amount of retail floor space on the site to be re-provided and the supermarket use to be retained. The proposal would deliver a new shopping centre, a new shop store for Morrisons, but it would result in the loss of some retail floor space, potentially up to just over 1,600 square metres. And this has been raised as a concern in a number of the objections received. However, the proposal would include new workspace and drinking establishments, and while these uses aren't specifically referred to in site allocation NSP 74, they would deliver a number of benefits in terms of diversifying the town centre uses, introducing footfall at different times of the night and day, and job creation. Also of note is that the site allocation expects some retail floor space to come forward on the bus station part of the site, which, as I've mentioned, does form part of the site allocation, but it's not part of the planning application. Therefore, some further retail could come forward on that part of the site in the future. Many of the objections raise concerns about impacts on the existing independent businesses on the site, including insufficient engagement with them and an inadequate business relocation strategy. The officer report sets out measures required to support the existing businesses, including provision of small shops, the appointment of tree shepherd to an independent business consultant to help the existing businesses, and provision of a business relocation fund. Whilst detailed discussions with these businesses haven't yet taken place, this is partly due to the phasing of the proposed development. As I mentioned, the Morrisons store would be built first. The existing shopping centre wouldn't be demolished until January 2030 at the earliest. Therefore, in recognition of that, we think that it would probably be more meaningful to have those detailed discussions with those traders closer to the time, while still allowing them sufficient time to plan for any changes. So that hasn't formed a reason for refusal for that reason. The application raises a number of equality issues, including potential effects in relation to age, disability and religion due to noise and air quality impacts during construction. And these would need to be managed as far as possible through a construction management plan. Adverse equality effects could also occur in relation to race and disability, because most of the independent business owners are from ethnic minority backgrounds and an older demographic, and they would need to relocate prior to the demolition of the shopping centre. The officer report sets out a number of measures which we think would be required to help support these businesses, including continued support from Tree Shepherd and affordable workspace within the development. Wider equality impacts have been raised as a concern by objectors, including increased house prices and rents in the wider area following the proposed development, meaning that they would become unaffordable to the people who currently live there. And it's recognised that this could potentially occur, and this reinforces the need to ensure that there would be affordable housing and affordable commercial space on the site. In terms of design, the proposed layout would provide new routes through the site, increasing permeability. Show you some of the images. The tall buildings would be concentrated on the eastern part of the site to preserve the borough view which crosses the site, and none of the buildings would breach the 20-storey height limit which is set out in site allocation NSP 74. There would be a lot of new landscaping proposed, including 122 new trees planted and an increase in biodiversity net gain of nearly 90%. So whilst there would be some positive elements to the designs, some of which would comply with the site allocation, these aren't considered to be sufficient to outweigh the harm that we've identified in relation to the harm to the conservation area and the low level of affordable housing and the lack of CLT homes. Officers have considered the quality of accommodation, and whilst it wouldn't be exemplary in all respects, overall it's considered that it would provide a high standard of accommodation for future occupiers. All of the flats would meet or exceed the minimum floor area requirements. They'd all have private amenity space, and there would be a predominance of dual or triple aspect homes within the development, 67%, and there'd be a policy compliant amount of wheelchair accessible homes. All of the amenity space requirements would be met on the site, and all of the play space except for the 12 plus age group, which could be met through a Section 106 contribution for off-site provision. The mix of homes would comply with the council's policy by providing 60% 2+ bed and 20% 3+ bed homes, and there would be 18 4-bed social rented homes. Some objectors have raised concerns that there would be too many studio flats within the development. We've looked at this very carefully with regard to the Southwark Plan definition, and we consider that there would only be 4 such studio homes within the development, which would fall well below the policy cap of it would be 0.5%, and the policy says you can't have any more than 5%. There would be some 1-bed, 1-person flats within the development, but we've assessed these and we think that the standard of accommodation that they provide would be acceptable. There would be some significant adverse daylight and sunlight impacts to the surrounding properties. We've considered these in detail, but the site's located in a major town centre, and it's allocated in the Southwark Plan for a significant quantum of new homes with an estimated capacity of up to 850 new homes, with development up to 20 stories. Also of note is that the existing buildings on the site aren't particularly high, and much of the site is an open surface level car parks, therefore there could be disproportionate impacts to the neighbouring properties. So whilst there would be some adverse impacts, with those factors in mind, we haven't recommended that as a reason for refusal. We've considered the transport impacts in detail, including the impact on Peckham bus station, which adjoins to the north. We are currently talking to TfL and the applicant about a scheme of mitigation measures and improvement works that will be required to improve connections through the bus station if the scheme were to go ahead, if the planning inspectorate decided to grant it. We haven't finalised the details of that yet, and that's something that we would continue to work with TfL and the applicant on as part of the appeal process. Cycle parking would be in accordance with the Southwark Plan, the London Plan standards. There would be 11 wheelchair accessible parking spaces for the new homes, which would be below the London Plan requirements, but given the high PTAL of the site and subject to some contributions to improving bus accessibility in the area at some of the local bus stops, we consider that shouldn't have formed a reason for refusal. As I've mentioned, there would be 140 parking spaces for Morrisons in the car park. That would provide 2 hours of free car parking for any town centre user, as is currently the situation. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be somebody going to the supermarket. So that's the same situation as existing. The London Plan says that you shouldn't have any car parking on this site because of the high PTAL. But the 140 spaces as a requirement of Morrisons, and as we understand it, Morrisons require that in order to give up their lease on the existing building. So that's required in order to facilitate the development. It would also be a significant reduction compared to the 353 spaces that are currently there. The proposal would incorporate measures to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. We've considered impacts in relation to whole life carbon, circular economy, air quality, ground conditions, flooding, etc. And these are all set out in the officer report. To conclude, and I do have some more images, so if you've got any questions, I can flick through some further images as well. We've considered and read all of the objections and representations that we've received from the local community. We've assessed the application in full, and we recommend that if planning permission were able to be refused, it would be on the basis of the one reason for refusal, which I've outlined for you, and we consider that this would be the best sort of defence or the best way of tackling the appeal. and we're asking members to endorse that reason for refusal, including the amendments that we've set out in the addendum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very helpful presentation. I know there'll be a number of questions, but before I turn it over to Kitty, just in general, just to go back on that last point so that the committee is well advised on this. Clearly there were a number of different reasons for objections that were raised by members of the community. The report identifies that some of those certainly have some weight. So it's just understanding why it's quite narrow grounds that we're setting out as the reasons for refusal. So, for example, whilst we've mentioned the levels of affordable housing in that, we're not using that in the recommendation you put forward as a specific reason to refuse the application. There's other issues such as daylight impacts as well, just to understand why those don't form part of the recommendation for today.
Well, the reason for refusal does relate to affordable housing, because that's a public benefit, and that's one of the things that we would be able to take into account when we're considering the heritage harm. So the reason for refusal, I'll flick that back up on the screen, does relate to affordable housing. It refers to the low level of affordable housing the development would deliver. We consider that 12% is low. The minimum should be 35%, although that is subject to viability. We haven't included viability specifically as a reason for refusal because having gone through the process with BPS, the conclusion is that the scheme cannot viably support any affordable housing. So this reason for refusal doesn't propose to talk about viability because we wouldn't have the evidence put before the inspector at an inquiry. What we're recommending that you do is consider the low level of affordable housing and the low level of and the lack of any CLT homes as a limited public benefit, which isn't sufficient to outweigh the heritage harm. Is that clear?
That is clear, but I am sure there will be further questions. That I have seen a flurry of hands go up. I think I saw Councillor Dalton just before everybody else. So, Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. On that point around viability and housing, and the fact that viability on affordable housing specifically isn't the reason that we're going for in terms of refusing. So you said that the BPS assessment that was done on behalf of the council actually agreed with the applicant that 12% was most that could be sought in affordable housing. I wanted to just ask for a bit more detail on that. Firstly, in terms of were the judgments by BPS on the actual reasons for that 12% from 35% in agreement with the applicant. And one of the applicant listed factors in terms of build costs, lack of grant funding. Are those reasons the same as BPS came to in terms of conclusion? I saw in the report that there was, I think, in paragraph 7, that BPS did have some areas of disagreement in terms of viability study that was done originally by the applicant. So, to understand what those were and how much difference that would actually make, those were taken into account. And I suppose I know we have to focus on this application, but thinking about how it compares to other developments where we do get obviously a higher percentage of housing often, why is it this one in particular has more than 12% and wouldn't be able to get near what the planning policy is?
Well, there's quite a few elements to unpack there. I think the starting point of this is our exercises to cross-check that of the applicants to make sure that their assertions are broadly correct. So when it's the statement that's been made is that we are in agreement that the scheme cannot deliver more than 12%. That is correct, but we're not totally aligned on a number of those appraisal inputs. I think before delving into the deep dive on those, the headline about this scheme, why is it not able to deliver what other schemes are delivering in Southwark. I think there's several factors here. The first one is that this is a long, complicated development. You've got a supermarket in existence that has a long leasehold interest, who has to be brought into this development to make it work. They are being relocated. They're not. The value of the actual supermarket operation is far in excess of the value of the actual building. So they don't wish to stop trading during their operation, during the development works. And so the development program is spread out because you can't do it all in one go. Normally you would level a site, build a new scheme, and away you go. Here you're having to build a new supermarket, then transfer operations to that new supermarket to allow demolition to take place of the old one, and so on and so forth. And that has a very major impact. And that is one of the really big impacts on viability here. And it's difficult to see how you can overcome that, given that Morrisons have a controlling interest in effect. If it's not going to meet their requirements, then it's not going to happen. In terms of the inputs that we disagree with, they are not massive in themselves. So we had a small disagreement on the value of the housing. I say small, the numbers are in millions because it's a big scheme, but relatively speaking, the margin of percentage difference was relatively small, about 4%. We were not entirely sold on the assessment of the value of affordable housing, but we have a very difficult market at the moment. A lot of registered providers are not picking up Section 106 affordable housing because of other funding problems to do with the RP sector. So I think that the potential value of that affordable housing is questionable. In terms of looking at the value of the existing centre, we are marginally different. Most of our differences arise around the extent to which there is a landowner premium. So this is the premium to encourage a landowner to give up the investment that they already have. We think it's appropriate there should be a premium, but not at the scale that's being proposed. Again, the numbers are different in millions, but in percentage terms of overall value, it's relatively small. We have one or two disputes around the likely costs of marketing, and in terms of ultimately some of those percentages, how they work through into the overall values are related to the differences in sales values as well. So when it comes to finally looking at the bottom line, we've got a small difference in finance costs as well. But when we come to the bottom line, we think that the scale of the deficit at 12% is roughly a couple of £100,000, whereas the applicant's own assessment placed that some 50 million below us. So those incremental changes have added up to quite a significant degree. So we think that this is probably deliverable at 12%, whereas something that's delivering on the applicant's figures, sub 9% return on gross development value, is pretty marginal. But as we've seen on other schemes, developers do sometimes promise ahead of what the viability can deliver. But that's got to be underpinned by confidence in future growth and sales values. There is no obligation in planning policy to do that. It has to be about what is viable and what is therefore defendable as a viability argument. Hopefully that's covered all of the points.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Harper. Councillor Tesler.
I think maybe you didn't mention about comparing.
Sorry, Councillor Harper, can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone? If you want to.
Yeah. No, I just felt that maybe you hadn't answered Dan's question about comparison to other sites, but that wasn't my question. Do you want to take that one or shall I?
Yes, I think to just re-emphasise, the big difference here is that you've got a sitting tenant who has to be accommodated throughout the development, and that relocation takes a lot of time, adds a lot of cost, and that's a big difference to most conventional sites.
Thank you. My question was about the kind of specific wording, not wording, but the kind of reason for refusal. So we're considering the damage to the heritage, conservation and growth as like a harm. and then the low affordable housing is kind of not mitigating that harm. Could I have some clarity on why the kind of inability to meet housing targets, providing affordable housing targets in both the London plan and the Southwark plan isn't considered as a harm? Does that make sense? Because the heritage is considered a harm and the low affordable housing is like not mitigating that. But why is the harm not the low affordable housing?
I think what we're saying is the harm is the low affordable housing. So the low, the proposed development owing to the low level of affordable housing and the failure to deliver any CLT homes, those are the harms. Those would ordinarily be benefits, but if you have a policy of compliant amount of affordable housing, but in this instance they're not there. Those benefits aren't there. So at any appeal, we would be fleshing that out and talking in terms of the housing targets and our need for affordable housing in the borough. So we do have that in there, and certainly the housing and affordable housing comes into that.
The wording says would fail to deliver sufficient public benefit to outweigh the heritage harm.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, so the London Plan policy in respect, and the targets in the London Plan policy for affordable housing delivery are subject to viability. So plan policy targets for affordable housing, P1 talks about minimum 35%, as committee members will be familiar, but it caveats that by saying it's subject to viability. And the National Planning Policy Framework, which was published earlier this year, which is a statement of government's approach to the provision of affordable housing, also says that the target should be have regard to viability, although it's for the developer to make the case as to why they can't meet legitimate plan policies, including London Plan policy and our own plan policy. The developer has made that case, and Andrew on our behalf has checked that case. So our recommendation, Vicky's recommendation to you, it is that we don't feel as your officers that there is a case to be made for refusing this scheme just on the low level of affordable housing being delivered. And because our own evidence shows that the scheme can produce 12% affordable, but couldn't produce any more. Nonetheless, in the planning balance, which you have to consider on the basis of our reports, we feel that that is an important consideration, 12% affordable, in considering other harms that are created by this scheme, and in particular heritage harms and also townscape harm. So we put that in that balance and said that the benefits, the public benefits associated with the scheme aren't outweighing those particular harms. That's why the reason for refusal is expressed in the way it is. But as officers, we don't feel, on the basis of evidence from Andrew and also from the developer, that there is a reason just on affordable housing alone to refuse planning permission for the scheme.
I suspect we're going to have lots of questions on this one. Councillor Tester, I'm going to turn to you first. It doesn't have to be on that, it can be on any subject you want.
It's actually not. It's actually on a slightly different topic, and I've got a couple of questions. But I'll start with this one. I was wondering if you, because I think it's touched on in the report about the view from Bussey Building and the rooftop there, around that being part of the site allocation. And so I was trying to find the correct slide now. So I think it's kind of shown best from page 39 of the report. And I realised that in your report you sort of said that the design in this instance has kind of complied with the site allocation because the massing is towards the east, which I don't disagree with in terms of the height, but I don't know if you'd be able to sort of talk a little bit about the massing itself, because I think that's slightly different from the height being located to the east, because actually the fact that you kind of can't now see the sort of city skyline is to do with the width of the buildings as much as it is the height in the sort of centre. And I do think that it doesn't seem to me as though that has necessarily been complied with. So I was wondering if you could kind of talk to that a little bit.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question. The view from the Bussey building is technically a private view, a view from a terrace at a property, and strictly not not really not designated as such as an important borough view, shall we say. Notwithstanding that, it is a sort of characterful view, a rooftop view across the area, and it does take in, yes, fantastic views of London and of the London skyline. So that's the reason why it's included in the pack, and it was included in the consideration of the proposal. It principally it was to make sure that the height was sort of steered away towards away from the conservation area, and also away from the sort of kind of core of central London in that view, and the alignment of the buildings in a north-south arrangement presents a sort of narrow end of the buildings, and rather than the sort of broader sort of flanks of the buildings. So that helped to, if you like, set out how the massing is arranged in this view. So what you're seeing is not the sort of length of the buildings, the sort of broad flanks of the buildings. You're looking at the sort of narrow sort of gable ends of these. I appreciate that they are quite broad in the sense that they are big multi-story buildings, but they are aligned so as to allow sort of gaps between the buildings in some cases, and also to allow the massing to rise gently away from the conservation area. That's the principle of that view.
Thank you. I couldn't quite. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, just a sort of very quick point of clarification. I do appreciate that obviously it's a private view, but it is set out in the site allocation itself. And do you think that is something that we should be giving weight, seeing as we have deliberately put that we should be minimising the impact on the view to the city from the Bussey building rooftop as part of the site allocation?
I understand that, and it's obviously for you to consider that view. That's why it was included in the site allocation. There is some distance between the development and the viewing point, and this sort of shows that sort of layered appearance of the view. You're actually looking across a railway line, across the scaffold yard, across the other railway line, and the multi-story car park, with the development set behind that. So there's a sort of it is a view that has it's probably sort of slightly cropped in this presentation as it's shown to you here. It is a sort of much wider sort of panoramic view. It obviously is focused on the development for obvious reasons today for you to consider, but it is a much wider view than simply that you see before you here. So that's, I suppose, there's a wider consideration that we've considered here. We did think that it was acceptable in this view, given its north-south alignment and the massing, as I said, as it was arranged away from Rylay.
Can I just remind the audience that we did say at the beginning that please don't interrupt or shout us out. It is important that we get to hear all the evidence and everybody feels, whatever their position is on things, they feel respected in this case, so we can do appropriate decisions. Okay. Further questions? I'm going to run down the table. Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to, at this stage, I'm going to avoid asking more granular details on the report itself. I'm interested to hear from the applicant, but if I may ask, and if you could allow me to ask a question, it's how it is possible that we are in a position where we are in a position where there's a non-determination. 16 weeks is a typical period with EIA involved. I understand that, and typically, my experience that where there's ongoing dialogue between the applicant and the department, that the both sides would agree to extend. I understand that the applicant made further revisions and also, of course, put forward the significant reduction in affordable homes. That would require us to consider and ask further questions of the applicant. Therefore, would be considered a part of the assessment process. I'm trying to understand how it is we're in this position, and if you could extend that leeway to me to ask that question at this point, and I'll ask more granular details later on of the applicants and maybe officers later on. So how is it we're in this position?
Well, we have been working with the applicant for a long. Sorry, can you hear me? We've been working with the applicant for a long period of time to try to resolve as many issues as we can, which is always our approach. These big applications do take time. There's a lot of evidence, a lot of information to go through. As you pointed out, it's accompanied by an environmental statement. That itself is a lot of work. So these big strategic schemes, in my experience, do take a lot longer to get through. There's always things that need to be sorted out. No matter how many discussions you have in advance, there are always things which come up which need to be sorted out. In addition to that, we had to do the reconsultation, which you know about. We did some public drop-in sessions as well, which took a little bit of time for us to organise and set up. And we've had a lot of objections, nearly 2,500 objections to go through. So we have been working collaboratively, as we always do, generally. Unfortunately, we got to the position where the developer didn't feel that they were able to offer any more than 12%, and we didn't feel that the public benefits were there to mitigate the heritage harm. So we were at a bit of an impasse. Whilst we would prefer not to be in this position, in this instance, we haven't been able to resolve all of the issues. And the applicant exercised their right to enter into to submit a non-determination appeal.
And just very briefly, how much outside the time frame for making the decision was it when that days, weeks, months?
Months.
Councillor Bambi.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question looking back and then one looking ahead. So, looking back, when the applicant submitted their first application, they submitted it with 35% affordable housing without knowing it was viable. Why did they do that? And that just set us down a kind of course for destruction. And looking ahead, it was mentioned that both parties, the applicant and the council viability team or whoever partner, said that 12% affordable housing is kind of the maximum viability that this site could allow. So what does that mean, just looking ahead, potentially beyond this applicant, in terms of what would even happen to this site? Thanks.
In terms of why the developer proposed 35% initially, I think that the applicant can probably answer more questions about that than I can. But it is probably to do with risk. They were potentially prepared to make a commercial decision on the level of risk associated with the project, perhaps anticipating sales growth, increased values. But then partway through the process, we were informed that they had reconsidered that position for a number of factors, which I outlined in the presentation. Andrew, is there anything else you might want to add to that?
I think it's worth just re-emphasising that the 12% that's on offer at the moment is in excess of what we think can be contributed. I think an all private scheme would fly. But once you introduce that 12% affordable housing, we think there is a substantial deficit. So that affordable housing, if you like, is being put forward by the developer beyond the position we can justify. How that translates to this site in a non-scheme world, well, I don't know the answer to that, because that would need an alternative scheme to come forward. But this is a challenging development because of the issues about phasing the supermarket and so on. So anybody looking at this site would always face those problems to overcome.
Can I just follow up, please, Chair? But I guess my question is more relating to submitting 35%, not knowing it's viable, in the land position where, okay, it wasn't viable by some, by more than 50%. So I'm just wondering, is that normal to see an applicant come forward with something for planning committee that hasn't even been tested for viability? Do you see what I'm trying to say? It's more plucking things out of thin air as opposed to something realistic and tangible.
Speaking generically, we look at 200, 250 major applications across London and the South East every year. I would say just about every development we look at claims to not be viable, some more legitimately than others. But it is not uncommon for developers to promise more than can be demonstrated by the figures, because, as has been suggested, they take a view on potential growth, the regeneration factor, and so on. But we also see quite a number of developers who put forward arguments so that the headline figure of affordable housing is taken into an holistic balance of the benefits of the development, and then subsequently put in a further application saying that actually we couldn't afford that anyway, through a Section 73 application. So we see a lot of that. My cautionary note on that is I'm not making any aspersions about the deliverability of the 12% in this instance, but where it's not underpinned by a viability assessment that clearly supports that 12%, there must always be more risk associated with its delivery than if it were absolutely demonstrated that was viable.
I'm going to go to Councillor Harper next. Yeah.
Lovely, again. I'm going to try and save most of my questions for later, but I've got two things I just want to clarify on. Earlier you said that 200,000 business allocation fund had been suggested, 0.111. Has that been accepted by the applicant?
Not at this stage, no. What we've had to do as part of the appeal process is identify what planning obligations we think would be required, because the planning inspector will expect us to provide a list of conditions and a negotiated Section 106 agreement in case he or she decides to grant permission. So what we've done here is identified what we think would be necessary, and that would have to be negotiated as part of the appeal process. So no, it hasn't been agreed yet.
Thank you. And then I don't know how much you can comment on the next question because it's commercial, but from kind of what people have been saying, one of the big barriers to kind of achieving a higher affordable housing percentage is the relationship between Morrisons, the developer, and the council. That it's difficult as a councillor to be like, oh, we can't have affordable housing because this corporation which has a shop in our area is kind of preventing that from happening. I'm not sure if you can kind of talk a bit more around that to kind of help us understand what's going on and how we're supposed to balance that.
Essentially, Morrisons has a long leasehold interest in the site. That means that they can prevent its future redevelopments until that lease expires. There is no, unless a compulsory purchase order was mounted by the council, they are entitled to sit there and maintain operations until the expiry of that lease. So when we come to assess this, the way that we've approached it, and it's a conventional approach, is we've looked at the value that is held by Morrisons, we've looked at the value that is held by the applicant as the owner of the site and the beneficiary of the rents that Morrisons pay, albeit Morrisons are on a reduced rent because they own an interest in that site. They paid money up front, and that's reflected in the lower rental commitment. And then we put a commercial value on those elements as part of the benchmark land value assessment that's in our appraisal. We've then looked at the value of the completed Morrisons when it's been built and subject to a market rental value. So there's no special allowance in there. There's no reflection of any commercial transaction that's taken between the applicant and Morrisons. We've just simply looked at the respective interests on a PPG compliant basis and put them into our appraisal on that approach. So any other commercial arrangements that exist have not been taken into account. But as I say, the implications of that store being there are because if we were going down, say, a compulsory purchase, we'd have to acquire the business as well as the supermarket premises. That's just so expensive, it wouldn't even be in contemplation. So to deal with the Morrisons, they want to be able to continue trading continuously throughout the entire development. It's a tight site. That means they need a new store building before the old one is shut. And that adds vastly to the programme and to the expense, the finance costs and so on. And that's really the big drag on this. But it's not an unreasonable position from Morrison's perspective to wish to continue trading because they've every right to do that in a non-scheme world.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Soames if she's not had a chance to ask a question yet.
Well, lots of time later, I'm sure. Thank you, Chair. This is a question to Michael, actually. So we've been asked to sort of endorse the impact that the low level and lack of community land, low level affordable housing and lack of community land trust homes would have, the impact on the heritage. Heritage harm. Could you say a little bit more about that? Because I know this is your area of expertise and the impact that this scheme would have had on, because on the one hand, if it was compliant or policy compliant, we were going to possibly be asked to accept it and grant, you know, long term. But so say something a little bit about the heritage, the character of the area and how this scheme then would have had an impact, or would have had an impact on the townscape. All right, then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. What's included in the report is a very detailed analysis of the impact. Briefly, the development has an important frontage on Rye Lane. So the job it has to do is to sort of sit within it's actually bookended by two locally listed buildings and takes up an enormous sort of and long frontage on Rye Lane. And this is the Rye Lane conservation area. The site was included within the conservation area, not because the shopping centre is of any historical or architectural merit, but because of its sort of significant location within the conservation area and the importance of that frontage to the character and appearance of the conservation area. Across the road, all the way the full length is conservation area and all historic buildings, some of the most historic buildings in Peckham. This is a hard-fought conservation area, it has to be said, and a very important piece of Southwark's heritage. A lot of those buildings have some real merit and are some of the most historic buildings in Southwark. So when the proposal came along, this is block A, B, and C, which sits on that which you can just see off to the right, adjacent to the Higgins and Jones building. It's designed by 3 architects, and it's sort of subdivided in as 3 blocks in that way. But it has a sort of very sort of singular appearance, and is very much taller than everything else in that area. Now, as you're right, we identified some harm, the principal nature of that harm being to the conservation area in that location. And as with all, there is another element of harm, which is some townscape harm, which we've recognised in Block L, which is a little bit further along and looks onto the bus garage, and that is that 11-story block that looks directly onto the bus garage, and is the sort of the point at which the development really presents. That's its frontage onto Queen's Road there, in effect, Peckham High Street, Queen's Road. So, and that is a very tall, 10 almost 11 stories in height. So these are sort of areas where the development sort of presents itself as almost as a sort of Peckham and Rye Lane has a sort of interesting and intimate sort of character. But there are points at which this development really sort of springs out at you and has that sort of direct relationship with its townscape. And so we've identified this, we recognize this as raising some harm to the townscape, harm to the conservation area. And in the NPPF, it highlights the importance of good design and the importance of context and responding positively, and our policies require that buildings and developments respond positively to their context, and in particular the historic context. So where there's harm, we've identified this as medium to high level of less than substantial harm. But this is a technicality that is introduced by the National Planning Policy Framework. But less than exactly. So substantial harm, as defined by the NPPF, is the complete loss of heritage. It is a very, very, very high bar, and is very rare, and only principally would apply to a demolition of a listed building or an important unlisted building within a conservation area. That's not the case here. So we have only less than substantial harm to consider. And over the years, and since the NPPF was introduced, that sort of idea of less than substantial harm has been graded from low to medium to high. And so what we're saying to you today is, given the scale and the massing and the sheer size of these buildings, there is a sort of medium to high level of less than substantial harm arising. That's what the conclusion was in terms of heritage and townscape. The NPPF then says you need to, once you've identified where the harm is, you need to consider what's presented in the balance, what is offered to you as decision makers in the balance to mitigate against that harm. Now, for example, if that were all affordable housing on Rye Lane, you might think that it's appropriate and to consider that harm in the balance. And if those were and if there's and things that you can take into the balance are public benefits. The only things that you can take into account in balancing that harm is the public benefits arising. It can't be commercial gains or private housing or jobs that might be commercial jobs that might be achieved here. It can only be public benefits that you can balance against that harm. And what we're saying is public benefits include affordable housing, public space, heritage benefits where they might be arising. In this instance, and community land trusts and other sort of affordable forms of housing. So in this instance, what we've said to you is that in taking this balancing act, these are the things that you can only consider in terms of the heritage harms, and they don't stack up at the moment. The size, the sheer size, and the impact of this development on the conservation area. And a lot of effort has been made to make it as excellent a building as possible, with fine detailing and so on, and make it as presentable as possible. But the sheer scale of development and its massing does give rise to harm, and then you'd have to consider the benefits. And in that balancing act, the benefits don't stack up on one side of the scale, where you've got public benefits affordable housing, public space, heritage benefits, and so on, they don't stack up sufficiently to overcome the high level of less than substantial harm that we presented.
Thank you.
Enormously helpful. Thank you, Mike.
I've got Councillor Tester and then Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I have got a second question, but I'll do one very quick one and then maybe my second one, if that's okay.
I'll indulge you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So firstly, just kind of touching back on the viability issue again, I note that neither viability assessment considers grant funding, which I appreciate at the time at which the application was submitted in July 2024, there wouldn't have necessarily been any grant funding that would have been available. But we do now know, subsequently to this, that there will be a new social and affordable homes programme. So there would be some sort of grant funding that would be applicable to this coming at the end of this year. To what extent can that be kind of considered as part of the viability assessment?
It's standard convention that the viability is testing what the development itself can deliver without the benefit of public subsidy. So ordinarily, we would never consider grants unless, in a very unusual circumstance, there'd been a pre-allocation of grant that was known. So it is quite normal that we only look at the scheme's position.
Thank you. And then my second question, probably more for you, Vicky, is talking about the wheelchair accessible spaces. I know you touched in it in your presentation just now, and that there's sort of suitable kind of conditions in place in terms of providing funding for bus services. One of the things that I was just wanting to pick up is obviously the PTAL rating is not just about bus accessibility, it's also about other transport like trains. And obviously we do know that Peckham Rye Station is not wheelchair accessible, and also the funding to make that wheelchair accessible has been withdrawn by government, at least for the kind of near future. And to what extent can that be sort of considered in terms of that mitigation, if we know that actually whilst that funding would be allocated for mitigation, it wouldn't actually necessarily be able to be used within the timescale of a development being kind of approved for kind of 3 years or whatever. It's, you know, to what extent does that actually work as a condition?
Yeah, sorry, apologies, I missed the introductions at the start. I'm Rob Davis, team leader in the transport policy team. In terms of the blue badge provision, so I believe it equates to roughly 1.3% of units having a blue badge space. That's kind of broadly commensurate with kind of similar scale schemes that we've seen in Southwark and elsewhere across London in terms of the when comparing it against the PTAL rating. In terms of improvements to Peckham Rye Station, you know, as I'm sure you're aware, the issues around viability, there's only really kind of so much Section 106 funding to go around. Our priority is kind of improving the immediate surrounding areas of the site. That's not to say that, you know, improvements to Peckham Rye Station could be delivered as part of the SIL that's generated by this development, but that isn't part of the application. That's a third question.
Clarification to the second question, thank you,
fine.
Chair. So my question is more that the shortfall in wheelchair spaces is sort of reliant upon the high PTAL rating, and the high PTAL rating, part of that is the nearby Peckham Rye Station, which is not wheelchair accessible, and that's and won't be wheelchair accessible, you know, within this spending review period, as we know now. And that's why I'm sort of struggling to understand why that's sort of seen as appropriate mitigation, if that makes sense.
No, I take your point. I think the kind of standalone cost of delivering step-free access to Peckham Rye Station is, you know, such an amount that it wouldn't be appropriate for a single development to deliver that. But in terms of the kind of more localized improvements, we are, you know, looking at things like improved crossing facilities, improved interchanges with the bus station, where there is a kind of policy shortfall in blue badge car parking. There is an increase in accessible cycle parking, so cycle parking that can accommodate non-standard
and accessible bikes. So it's really kind of focusing on those elements rather than Peckham Rise Station itself.
That brings me to Councillor Dalton.
On the affordable housing again, just two more quick ones. In some applications, you see the developer have a kind of lower than policy compliant amount of housing in the actual site, but then they make a payment to the council to deliver more affordable housing somewhere else where that is more viable. That's been discussed as part of this or assessed. Secondly, on the 12% figure that's currently there, some of the main factors you've talked about include Morrison's, and that factor is kind of always going to be there, whoever tries to do something here. But there are other factors which are a bit more fluctuating, such as current build costs, inflation rate, or like that. Don't know if you can do this, but like, do you sort of assess things such as 5 years time? In X number of years' time, would be able to reach a higher percentage of housing based on those fluctuating factors.
To take your last question first, we always look on a current day basis. The National Planning Policy Guidance talks about standardised inputs. Those standardised inputs are what can be evidenced in the marketplace from transactions that are comparable, that we translate into what are the sales values achievable on this scheme, and we similarly benchmark build costs on a similar basis. So from that perspective, our assessment hasn't considered what might happen in the future. There have been a couple of rather large appeals that have taken place in London recently where growth models have been applied. Part of the flaw with that is it's quite difficult to see where the growth is coming from. We go back 5 years, there's been a huge surge in build costs because of the Ukraine war, but there hasn't been a corresponding shift in sales values. I think the market is getting a little bit better, a little bit looser, but we're still not at a point where with any confidence we can say that position changes. And one of the ways in which that would normally be addressed would be through a late stage review of viability, which will be incorporated in Section 106 agreement. And that would use actual sales values and actual costs at a point, usually about 3/4 of the way through the development. So you would get a second bite of the cherry if this were something that you were to approve, but there's no certainty that you would get there. Going back to your first question, which I understand that you're saying these are some of the insurmountable issues that you're going to have to face come what may. I think that is right. There are insurmountable issues here. Maybe different points in time might produce a different result. Forgive me if I've misunderstood the question, but I think you're always going to have a challenging viability on this site until the existing value is eroded sufficiently. And the only way that's going to happen is that the Morrison's lease expires, and that's a long lease.
Yeah, that did answer the second part, and the first part was just about that possibility. Sometimes you see a payment made by the applicant to contribute more affordable housing in the borough somewhere else, but whether that was considered part of it.
So, Councillor Dalton, there's normally instances where there have been different types of housing. So, student housing, for example, where affordable conventional housing can't be delivered on site because a plan, so we've accepted or committee accepted payments.
Thank you. Councillor Seaton.
And despite what I said earlier on, I didn't want to ask granular questions. I know that my colleague here from the viability team, we've always disagreed, and we will continue to disagree. Okay, but I'm bound to ask two very quick questions, Chair, on question of viability. I'm going to ask if our colleague could just give us a quick bullet point of the key criteria in which you use to assess criteria of viability, just for the benefit of the committee. And then secondly, if that criteria does not include what is, if I may say so, these are business people, they're not looking at it today, they're looking at what it will be in 5 and 10 years and making projections. If that's not a part of your assessment, how can we take it as being valid?
Well, I don't personally establish the framework for doing viability. That is set out in National Planning Policy Guidance. And the intention of that is that a uniform approach is taken across all applications. So we use, as I say, the standardized inputs. They are in different components. So to try and break that down, viability is a two-stage process. So the first stage looks at the value that will be created by the development, less all of its development costs, including developer profit, but excluding land. So that's essentially the build cost, marketing costs, finance costs, professional fees, all of those things, and a reasonable allowance for developer profit, which is also set out as sort of parameters in the national guidance. We deduct that from the anticipated sales values. Any residual value from that is then compared to a benchmark land value. That is distinct from what the developer has paid for the site. That's a very marked difference because the planning system intervenes at that point. It caps the developer profit at a limited amount, and it also caps what can be put into land value. Because otherwise, without those two moving parts being restricted, then the developer could ask for 40% return, and that would wipe out any provision. So the land value we approach on the basis of what its current market value is in its existing form, plus an incentive, which is rather arbitrary, I will admit, generally between 10 and 30%, as an incentive to that landowner to release the land for development. And that is distinct from what its market value might be, where hope value and other things are taken into consideration. We don't work to that figure. So in this instance, what we have looked at comes out with when including the 12% affordable housing, comes out with a minus £40 million deficit on the development. So if the developer went ahead,
sorry, just be clear, that minus 40 is against what level of profit?
That's broken down into a number of components. So the profit varies according to the components in the development. So, for example, the private residential sales are high risk because you've got to negotiate individual sales. And we think, given the scale of this development, that a 20% return on their gross value is in accordance with the market return. In relation to the affordable housing, however, there is no shortage of demand for that. So we'd normally see, say, a 6% return on that, which is little more than a project management fee, because there's no risk involved in getting that return. In relation to the commercial elements, typically where there is a commercial risk, that's somewhere around a 15% return. We have a dispute with the applicant around the return on the supermarket element. We think that should be below that level because there is in effect a pre-let, there's a sitting tenant, there's no letting ambiguity in that. So we think that should be around 10%. So all of those components together in aggregate form the development profit. In this instance, the profit should work out at something just under 20% because it's primarily a residential-led scheme. And we calculate with 12% affordable housing that it's actually showing something in the region of around 7% return. So that's some way below what they could be entitled to ask for.
Okay, that's helpful. Councillor Seaton.
Forgive me. This is, you're taking all the values and components you've included there is a project over a 12-month period, 60-month period, or 120. Please. We produce an appraisal using standard development software. It's called Argus Developer. Essentially, it's a fancy spreadsheet. And what you do is you put in, when you start the program, so it works to a cash flow, what you're spending when, in each incremental chunk, and then when value starts to come in, when that each individual's house sale comes in, you add them in. And that produces your cash flow, which the finance is calculated on. And we put in a profit target that also comes in effect as a construction cost. And then we also input the benchmark land value as a land value, which generates a finance cost.
all of that in the sausage machine produces this answer that we're presenting to you, that there is a 40 million shortfall on what PPG says could be a legitimate profit target expectation. It's up to the developer if they're willing to proceed on a profit of 7%. We can't say they should, because PPG says they're entitled to a higher rate of return.
My question has been answered. Is that assessment made over a project of 5 years or 10 years? Because clearly inflation and other factors then come into play.
We don't allow for inflation. Again, that is a big consideration because that is a form of growth. Because once you start getting into growth modelling, you have to consider whether build costs are rising at a different rate to general rates of inflation. We work to a non-inflated cost value, but at the same time, we don't inflate the sales values. Now, in reality, we know there's going to be movement in both those inputs. That's developer risk. But we're working to what is a convention on this. If we were to include a growth model, there will probably be a debate with the applicant about whether costs are going to go up, and a bigger debate about whether sales values are going to track that. Because the pattern to date, certainly over the last 5 years, is that costs have exceeded, the rate of cost increase has far exceeded the rate of sales value increase, which is part of the reasoning why the applicant feels no longer able to offer 35%.
Okay. Hopefully that's clear. We might not all be happy with it. I'm guessing that none of us are, but it's sort of clearly the basis for that. And Councillor Harper.
Thank you. Since you're being so indulgent, I thought I'd ask another question. I'm just interested in why, again, going back to the reason, why material condition of like impact to the area isn't playing part in this. When I've been going through the report, I've seen like multiple kind of suggestions of an impact, both like socio-economic, but also impact on the character of the area. But that's not playing here. Even as recognised in the report, the proposed development would undoubtedly result in significant change to the site. That's on point 170. And then also you have, in kind of response to kind of concerns about increase in house prices and rent levels in the local area, point 162. 0.63, it says this has not been explored in detail, although officers recognise that this is often an effect of large-scale schemes. This highlights the need to ensure that such schemes deliver sufficient affordable housing. So to me, when reading those two things and kind of going through the scheme, the report in full, it does seem like there is an impact both on the area and the kind of both in terms of economics and also character, which seems to be agreed by the officers. So yeah, I'm just kind of interested in why that's not kind of part of the.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There will be issues. We've identified all of the issues as we see them, or we hope we have anyway. Not all of them we feel would be sufficient to defend an appeal, because we would have to provide evidence to the sector and be examined on that evidence potentially. And we've sort of borne in mind that this is an allocated site, so there is an expectation for a significant amount of new housing on this site, 850 homes and development up to 20 stories, and that's adopted, that's in our Southwark plan. So with that in mind, I think we are expecting, and that would be in accordance with site allocation, that there will be some significant changes as a result of this development. That obviously makes it difficult for us to say, well, you know, we think that would be sufficient grounds for reason for refusal. So we have taken them into account based on the site allocation and the reasons outlined. We don't think that they would be sufficient reasons for us to defend appeal and put forward evidence.
So I just look at that question from perhaps the other end of the kaleidoscope, in that the site allocation suggesting the scale of the building could be of the scale that is in the application. was developed by the council, and that's the reason the height for that was on the basis of the benefits it could bring. This development is not bringing those benefits. So just to understand whether the fact that the application is not providing the benefits that justify the site allocation in the first place, whether that would be grounds for refusal. So really just to understand that this site allocation of having 20-storey buildings up to 20 stories is always on the basis that you need to have that sort of scale, provide the sort of public benefits that aren't in this scheme.
Michael might be able to provide some more information about the 20 stories, but as I understand it, that was based on a townscape assessment which was carried out as part of a previous area action plan, Peckham and Nunhead area action plan. So that was very much a townscape assessment. And our planning policies and the viability of the Southwark plan is underpinned on the basis of 35% affordable housing, but that is always subject to viability. So I think there's an acceptance that there could well be large buildings on this site, but the level of affordable housing you will get will always be subject to affordable viability.
But the justification, I remember some of the discussions when this came forward, that was always made to the community was the justification that you would need to have buildings of this scale in order to release those public benefits and provide levels of affordable housing that the community needed. And that this site is no longer providing that level of affordable housing, which was used as the justification for that. I appreciate that it may be a fine point just to understand that a little bit better about whether that is something we consider or not.
So in considering Southwark plan policy, as Vicky's mentions, you always need to read the plan in the round. That's the totality of the plan. So that's both the site allocation and also policy P1 about affordable housing. So if you look at the site allocation, it has its things that the site allocation must do. One of those is it must provide housing. But it doesn't, and none of our site allocations specify how much affordable housing is required to be allocated within the site allocation itself. Each site allocation is a policy, a plan policy. So in terms of the level of affordable housing that would be delivered in each site allocation that requires housing to be delivered, then you're looking at the other plan policies, including P1, crucially, about affordable housing. And as we discussed earlier, P1 looks to deliver the maximum viable amount of affordable housing, and it suggests a minimum of 35%, but then caveats that by saying that that is subject to viability, because the London Plan policy on affordable housing says the same thing, and current national guidance on the provision of affordable housing released earlier this year says the same thing, which the delivery of housing is always subject to that test. I absolutely take your point that in discussing scale of development here, I think what certainly the council had in mind in adopting this policy, and it was adopted in 2022, and probably for more or less the last 7, 8, 9 years, most schemes, I think virtually all schemes that have come to this committee have had at least 35% affordable housing in them. I think that's where Berkeley started off with this site. But over the last couple of years, things have just become very, very challenging for housing delivery.
And just, I do have a question from Councillor Tester, so we'll turn to you in a moment, Councillor Tester. I've not forgotten about you, but just on this point as well. I mean, obviously, say unlike the some of the opportunity areas and area action plan areas that we have elsewhere in the borough, such as Old Kent Road, to which I'm very familiar, but also Canada Water, Elephant Castle, those places. In those areas, there's been large-scale development and lots of land where development could take place. So if you don't get 35% on site, you certainly heard the arguments well over the area that's being provided. In the sort of Peckham and Nunhead area, there aren't that many places, sites of this scale that could deliver the level of affordable housing that's set out. So is there an opportunity cost that we need to be considering in all of this, in terms of, that there aren't many other sites in the Peckham and Nunhead area that used to be part of an area action plan. There is no longer an area action plan, but obviously it is there in the thinking and development of the Southwark plan. Given there aren't other sites of that sort of scale in this area where that affordable housing could be delivered, is that a relevant consideration?
Yes, I mean the consents which are granted on site allocations throughout Southwark, including in Peckham, Nunhead, and the Old Kent Road, and the consequences they have against targets for housing delivery, including affordable housing delivery in Southwark, are absolutely material considerations. The availability of sites is a material consideration. We're currently in the process of looking at site allocations, initial kind of core sites for a revised Southwark plan. And of course, land is a finite supply in Southwark as anywhere else. So those things are material considerations. But equally, as I've already said, policy P1 about the delivery of affordable housing sits within a context, a regional context of the London Plan, national context, national planning policy framework. And that is clear that at the point of decision making, a planning committee, any planning committee, needs to take into account the viability of the scheme before them at that moment. Because the decision maker, the committee in this instance, I don't think can refuse. This is our advice to you: refuse the scheme on the basis that there might be a better set of circumstances at some point in the future. Certainly, this scheme, which is in 2 phases, will be subject to a late-stage viability review, and it may well be that if circumstances improve economically and in terms of grant availability for affordable housing, that in the second phase, more affordable housing might become available. But our advice to you is that whilst we're not saying this is a good outcome in terms of delivery of affordable housing in Peckham or in the borough more generally, policy, national, regional, and our own policy points to you having to take a decision on the basis of the facts for you in this instance, rather than some potential alternative.
Thank you. Councillor Tester.
Thank you for that. That was actually very helpful. And I just wanted to come back to my earlier point about grant funding, paragraph 321 of the main report, which sets out that the GLA's viability team does believe that the impact of grant funding should be taken into account when looking at the viability assessment in this instance. And that led me to, kind of reading a little bit around some of these other points, and that actually there seems to be an awful lot of areas that the GLA and their viability team disagree with our own viability assessment. So I was wondering if those points could be, points of difference could be kind of clarified, because it does seem quite unusual to me that there seem to be quite large disparities, along this sort of grant funding line, also about cost inflation, where we are in sort of disalignment with GLA. So I just wondered if that's something you could go through, please.
I think it's fair to say that mostly we are aligned with GLA, but they are entitled to their opinion. GLA obviously take an overview across London, and they are very, very keen to promote positions. I don't know how I can describe it better. That, for example, they've advocated a lower profit target. They would advocate a lower profit target because that has implications on lots of other schemes. We feel, in the context of the length of this development and the complexity, that actually this scheme should be considered as a high risk scheme, because it's a long delivery program. It's a 100-month program. It's a long time. I'm always conscious when we make recommendations on inputs, they are judgments. They are judgments based on what we feel are defendable and evidential. I think GLA are not necessarily quite as constrained, if I might be as delicate as that, because they're wanting to push a position as much as an input. So we do occasionally have differences of opinion, but I wouldn't wish to go into a planning inquiry with positions that are not 100% supported by national planning policy guidance or PPF, but is mostly within the guidance framework, because I think that's going to expose council to costs, and it's not something we choose to do.
Thank you. I've got one more question, an area we haven't really discussed, which is about daylight impacts, in particular to do with Hanover Park, where 147 of the 351 windows tested saw a reduction of over 40% in their visible sky component. And obviously, we quite often consider these things, and quite often we look at these things and say that that harm is outweighed by the benefit of the level of affordable housing that's provided, similar to the way that we look at the heritage harm. So I'm just trying to understand why we haven't applied that same sort of weight to those daylight impacts that we have the heritage harms, why we're not considering that as a grounds.
Yes, I mean, there would be some significant impacts, which we've set out in the report. At the moment, there aren't any particularly high buildings on the site. I've got an image up on the screen now which shows that much of it is a surface level car park, and therefore building on the development. So some of the surrounding properties have very high levels at the moment of daylight and sunlight, particularly given where they are in the town centre location. So any increase in height on the site would have an impact on on a number of the surrounding properties. Shows it best. So yes, there would be some significant daylight and sunlight impacts. We've assessed this against the guidance, the BRE guidance, which is generally the established way of assessing it. We do have to apply it flexibly, but in this instance, and it is a judgment that we've made, the site is allocated, and I'll keep coming back to this point, but it is allocated for a significant number of new homes with tall buildings up to 20 stories. So on that basis, I think there would be daylight and sunlight impacts arising, and having gone through them with the site allocation firmly in mind, we haven't recommended to you that form a particular reason for refusal, but that is our judgment, and it's open to the committee to make its own judgment.
That's helpful. I'm not seeing any more questions, and apologies everybody. I know that has been quite a long, lengthy session, but I think there's been lots of very important questions for us to ask. So apologies again for the length of that. That brings us on to the apology. I've just been asked, lobbied for a break, so I'm going to allow a break of 5 minutes only as a comfort break, so that Yeah, I think given how long this meeting is going on, it looks as if we're not likely to reach the Chambers Wharf item on the agenda. So for those of you that are here for that, we will be deferring that item to our next meeting, which will be taking place next week at Committee A. Just so people know that, but clearly, yeah, this is an item that is. Okay, I'm going to propose that we defer it to a future committee. I've been advised. Is that proposal seconded by any member? Or Councillor Soames? Are members happy to approve that? Agreed. That's agreed. Thank you. Okay, so and apologies in particular, Councillor Bentley, because I know that you were here for that item. Apologies that you've had a long wait until that point. And again, apologies to other residents here for that item. Okay, that brings us to the next stage in our consideration of the Elsham Centre. So we now ask whether we got to the point where we have representations. So first of all, I'd like to ask, are there any objectors present that would like to speak to the meeting? If you'd like to come forward. I know there's a large number of people that have registered concerns. But yes, we will give you 3 minutes. So I'll allow you to introduce yourselves first. Please do not, as I said earlier, disclose anything in this meeting that you would not want to be in the public domain about yourself. So don't give away any personal information that would be cause difficulty. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, actually, before the 3 minutes, can I just introduce our group ahead of that? Because there's quite a few.
I will allow you to do that, yes.
Can I also ask Jed from the Southwark Law Centre to stay sitting here for the duration? And we are going to be bringing up more than one person for each question. So we just ask your patience there, but we want to give full rounded answers.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so ahead of the 3 minute speech, I represent 9 people. We don't know who the other 6 are, but they never contacted me, so I don't know who other six objectors are. I've asked around and there's no one in the room. So there's 9 of us. We've got a reverend from St Mary Magdalene Church in Peckham. His parish, the Elsham site is within his parish. We've got a representative from the Clifton Estate TRA. The estate is very close to the site. We've got a local trader from Marketplace, which is on the site of the Elsham. We have some long-term local residents as well to speak. We've got a member of Peckham Heritage, some members of Elsham Community Action, and also a planning solicitor from Southwark Law Centre.
Oh, sorry, and your name again was?
Oh, sorry, I'm Siobhan. I'm a resident.
Thank you, Siobhan. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and committee members. We strongly object to the planning application and we ask the committee to refuse it. The benefits claimed by Berkeley Homes do not outweigh the substantial harm the development would cause. I will briefly state 3 main objections, and please ask many questions to the people we have represented here. 1, these are the wrong type of homes. 50 units of social rent housing is insufficient for the site. As access to generally affordable housing is very low across Peckham. For such a major site to provide such a low level of affordable housing is a significant lost opportunity. The shortage of affordable housing displaces people on low incomes. Officers accept that the proposals are likely to increase house prices in the area. There is evidence that families, economically disadvantaged and global majority people are most affected, therefore changing the local demographic. We contest Berkeley's approach to viability, but regardless of viability, the members have legitimately concluded that the lack of social housing and intermediate affordable housing is unacceptable for this location. 2, small traders and businesses will be displaced. Around 25 small, independent and global majority run businesses that cater to Peckham's diverse population and offer affordable shopping opportunities will be directly displaced. The proposed business relocation strategy is poor and misses out established on-site traders and breaches policies P32 and P33. We need this detail now, not later. Berkeley Homes wants to replace these shops with high-end and boutique businesses. Overall, the scheme will reduce retail space and not meet community needs. Across the town centre, higher rents will displace small businesses, undermining Peckham's cultural fabric and distinctiveness. 3, the scheme will cause substantial harm to built and community heritage. The height, scale and overbearing nature of the scheme will harm the experience and character of the conservation area and contravene several Southwark Plan policies. This proposed development, in its lack of benefit to local people, fails to take into account local people's well-being and sense of belonging, especially those from African and Caribbean people from the 1950s onwards who have built lives here when it was nothing and not valued by others. Our conclusions: the overwhelming response in 2,400 objections is that the proposals will cause substantial harms to Peckham. We can say more on these points, but also some further issues. There are concerns from Clister Estate residents about the impacts on the estate's infrastructure and residents' access to daylight. Poor scheme design affecting internal spaces, inadequate place space, green space, and failure to achieve the GLA's urban green factor.
Thank you. That was precisely 3 minutes, so very well done. And there was a lot that you had to rattle through there. So, questions from members of the committee? Go to Councillor Harper first, and then Councillor Bannon.
Sorry, you said you had a trader with one of the local traders. The earlier presentation, we didn't have that much about like competition with traders. Are they here?
Yes. Would James Rose like to come up? He's
Yes,
one of
yeah,
them.
I think, yeah, given that was.
Good evening, committee. My name is James Rose. I'm a trader at Marketplace. I have been there for the past 5 years. My business is a bubble tea shop. And I am really happy I'm here, to be honest, because I have gained lots of information. Because during these years at Marketplace, I have had absolutely no information regarding changes. I believe in change. I believe in, development and so forth. But I also believe in community. I believe in many and not the few. And so I appreciate that we be consulted at Marketplace, because Marketplaces consists of 10 units, 10 traders, and I have another unit owner with me here this evening, and he can testify to what I'm saying, that we had absolutely no knowledge of what's going on. The 5 years I've been there is every year Aylsham Centre is going to be demolished. And that sort of information creates more uncertainty, more than the uncertainty we all live in today's world. And prior to that, the Marketplace management, put even more pressure on the traders there with the high rent, added VAT onto that, electricity, asking the traders to pay business rate when our business basically isn't registered. We are registered business, but not for business rate. But they're adding that. And in my observation, I think they're profiting off of the small businesses, even though all small businesses in Peckham are experiencing hardship at this moment, which we all know. And I think this sort of uncertainty and lack of communication, it's even putting more pressure on us. And I think communication is pivotal in enabling people with peace of mind moving forward. So as I've overheard, there's a company called True Shepherd that's been contracted to consult the traders. I would appreciate if True Shepherd reach out to us, the small traders. So to keep us updated on what's going on and what would be the future of our livelihood at present, because uncertainty isn't good for no one. as we all sitting here debating whether to go forward or not. There's uncertainty, there's lots of doubt, there's lots of frustration here. And just listening to that, I'm feeling that frustration and living the experience. So these are things that I think that moving forward should be reaching out to not only Unit 10 Aylsham Centre, but throughout the whole Aylsham Centre.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Councillor Bamby.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your presentation. I have a simple question, but before I ask it, I just wanted to say that I really sympathise with the point around the kind of business relocation strategy, the points made about small businesses and local traders. I think people really underestimate the extent to which Peckham is unique in terms of the small business community, low price and high quality that you get there. And, you know, I know people that travel across London just to come to Peckham for certain things. So I think that was a really poignant point. My question is, everything else being equal, if the 35% affordable housing was provided as part of the application, would you and others have supported this application?
I mean, it comes down to whether there's other breaches in policy or other planning reasons, which in and of themselves are a reason to refuse this. I, for one, think the position with the businesses is a standalone reason for refusal for this. The officers accept currently the position is not good enough and a breach of policy. The officers' view is that that will become compliant because of promises to the future. My concern is that those promises lack a lot of detail. There is no guarantee that any businesses will be able to return to site. There is no guarantee of what rent or what spec they would get and the extent of consultation to make sure it fits what they need. There's not even agreement on which businesses meet the definitions currently. I think that the Barclays view, which was endorsed by the officers, is categorically incorrect as to how many small shops and small independent businesses are on site. And I actually have an email from Barclays confirming that they actually agree with me. And I can elaborate on that in a minute. It comes back to the point that beyond the housing, which is a really important point, there are many reasons to refuse this, and the businesses being a paramount one.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Tester?
Thank you, and thank you so much.
Oh yes, sorry. So yes, can I just ask, after you've answered, could you turn the microphones off, because the system doesn't allow more than one microphone at once to work properly. So apologies, I should have said that earlier.
Great. Thank you so much for kind of taking time to come here and make those speeches. I think that's very helpful to sort of hear from the community. This might allow you to sort of expand slightly on this, but obviously when we're putting together our reasons for refusal, we need to make sure that they're kind of solid and can kind of stand up at appeal. And obviously in the officer's report, they've noted that the kind of where the development would not comply with policies P32 and P33, that these things can be ironed out in the conditions. I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail about why you would disagree with that assessment and why you think that could be a legitimate refusal.
Thank you. Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit. I'll run through the breaches first, and then I'll run through the lack of mitigation for that. So P32 is about small shops. It's about physically small shops. The definition is a market stall or shop measuring less than 80 square meters in floor space, excluding storage. The officer's report, which copies Barclays' view, is that only includes the consultation hub. I think the officers accept that it might include handcart traders as well. Okay, so we've got the handcart traders as well. An email from Barclays confirmed that Just For You Fashion and Factory Outlet, two businesses operating within the arcade, have a GIA in floor space of less than 80 square meters, excluding storage. That's not been accounted for. Similarly, the vendors like James within Marketplace are also small shops. I think they've been accepted as small independent businesses, but not as small shops. That policy, P32, says development must retain small shops and give full consideration of the feasibility of providing affordable and suitable space. Replacement shops should be like for like in terms of floor space or bespoke to suit the requirements of the business. There is no guarantee that any of that would be delivered. Vague allusions to exploring those ideas, hoping that would happen, no measurable commitments to that. Moving to P33, small independent businesses. Again, there's confusion as to who's included there. It's everyone I just mentioned, but it's also various other ones who are agreed to be included. So there's dispute around marketplace there. I think offices are now open to that idea, but I don't think there's any acceptance that Berkeley are. So even if there is a business relocation strategy, they seem to be excluded. P33.1 says the business relocation strategy must be developed in consultation with those businesses and must set out viable relocation options. My view is that policy requires consultation at this point. We haven't had that. A commitment to consultation in the future, we don't know what detail and quality of that consultation will be, which is why we need to see it now. We need to see some promises resulting from that consultation. The officers confirmed that most businesses want to stay on site. As I've said, there's absolutely no guarantee that any of them can return based on the current proposals for the future set out by the council. There's also no guarantee about affordability of those spaces. Again, probably you might agree to explore it, but no guarantee of what that price might be. Nothing about adequate provision, lease terms. There's a vague reference to temporary relocation space that's required under policy P33.3.2. Again, yeah, vague allusion to it, but no guarantee of it. They've not even accepted the £200,000 figure, which, if all of these businesses are being displaced, is not enough. Which is why we need this detail now. We've seen that with Berkeley's other scheme, where a triangle and I think it was the other committee decided to push it back and take it back to committee until there was more detail. We don't have that privilege here because we're already moving to an appeal, which brings me to a slightly technical point. Generally, my understanding, and I've seen this before, is that the council's position is to include a reason for refusal saying we don't currently have a valid 106, on the understanding that in every likelihood that might be removed if the council is satisfied with those negotiations. I don't know why we're not doing that here. You can't add a reason later, but you can certainly take one away. So it's safe to refuse on that basis, see how the 106 pans out. If you're happy, you can remove it, but you can't. If Berkeley drag their heels and you don't like what they're delivering, it's too late to add that reason for refusal in. They actually have the wording here from there's plot H1, which is an appeal I appeared at. That exact wording was a reason for refusal. So I would encourage you to include that. So one, reason for refusal on the basis of everything I've explained about businesses, and two, because we don't have a 106 yet.
Thank you, Councillor Hart.
Thank you. Given my concern about impact on the area, and I think Richard, would it be okay if I invited them to talk about what their perceived impact on?
We probably need something a bit more specific than that, because that feels like that's opening up quite a lot.
I mean, there's a lot of objections.
So I would ask that you ask something that's a bit more.
Maybe if we ask topics, then those topics can reveal who might be best to speak to them.
Well, that's a specific person rather than a specific question.
Right, as I said, I think the question you asked is a little bit too broad.
Okay.
If you would like to be more specific.
I would like to invite the deacon of the church to come and talk to us about what they think the impact on the community will be.
Thank you.
If that's okay.
That is fine. Yes, Deacon, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Reverend Dean Pusey. I'm the Vicar of St Mary Magdalene Parish, of which this scheme is being proposed. I come here as a Peckham boy. I left Peckham at the age of 7. I've come back via places like Woking in Surrey, who also had similar schemes. And I've seen what happened there. Displacement. I've seen other things that have happened where people are deeply concerned. There's an old song that says, people make the world go around. As I sat down, everything is permissible, it says in scripture, but not everything is beneficial. And I'm very struck in listening to this that we're talking about economics. And there's a driver that I sense strongly. And people have said, whose Peckham is this? Is it the developer's Peckham? Whose Peckham really is this? the displacement of global majority heritage people. Only 31% of my parish can afford to live in Peckham right now. 31%. Let that sink in. Some of my parishioners are already in the environs outside near to the M25 because they cannot afford to live in the very place that they started life in. I wouldn't be able to afford to start life in Peckham right now had I not have a vicarage. Let that sink in. Children, young people, where are they going to go? Affordable housing. Whose affordability? On what salary? We live in the shadow of Canary Wharf. We live in the shadow of the City of London. We are becoming like Paris, where the poor will service the rich. Is this what the legacy of this council needs to be in the 21st century? I ask you all to bear in mind, who is my neighbour? We just studied about the Good Samaritan this Sunday in our parish. A lot of people feel a little bit mugged like the Samaritan right now. We're on the floor. Yes, we know that you have your technicalities of which you need to fight, but I'm going to urge this body, this august body, to fight for your people. Fight for your people. Because they will remember this day. Because memories go a long way. And they will remember the decisions that you made and hold you to account of that time when maybe, just maybe, you thought of the likes of James. You thought of the likes of the young people that are struggling to even get their first home and move forward. I urge this committee to think very carefully about the human impact, not just economics. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions?
Could I actually, sorry, could we bring someone else up to kind of continue the social economic impact? Or we got
no, it said you have the opportunity of 3 minutes to set out your case. It's now for committee members to ask questions. That's the process we need to follow, and it's the same process we'll follow with the applicants and other people as well. So we need to be fair to everybody and treat everybody equitably. Councillor Tester.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I think that's very helpful to kind of frame this as what the reasons why we're looking at this. I think quite often when we're looking at applications as a committee and we've got sort of tall buildings being proposed, part of the justification of those is to do with providing high levels of affordable housing and things like that. And obviously in this instance that is very much not the case. But I kind of was sort of reflecting that what could happen further down the line if this application is refused is that Berkeley could come back with an application which is taller but does provide affordable housing. And I was wondering if on that basis you'd be able to bring up maybe someone from the kind of nearby Clifton estate to talk a little bit about that sort of daylight sunlight impact and be considering those kind of balances of affordability versus the kind of height and the harm to sort of heritage and also their daylight.
Yeah, does Hannah Summers from the Clifton Estate TRA want to come up?
I'm Hannah from the Clifton Estate TRA, and I don't know if there's someone at Hanover Park, which is the block that is most substantially impacted by daylight. I think we would say that the impact to homes on our estate is within a town centre site if it had addressed all the other aspects of it. We have a lot of concerns that the impact to the daylight sunlight is not mitigated by the design of the ground floor, including the removal of the boundary wall. Berkeley told us before that the estate is obviously not owned by them and they can't do anything, yet they propose a new route through our estate, which includes the removal of 2 car parking spaces. And they don't really give us any detail on that. We understand that, of course, these kind of conditions can come forward to detail it more, but the proximity that's being built right up to the site kind of gives very little wiggle room. The site allocation shows a kind of generic east-west route. They push it right to the north,
which means it now sits within the estate rather than on public highway. So the route they're creating through goes through a private, it's a Southwark estate, but it is not public highway. The impact to daylight sunlight, I think, is also noticeable on the public open space that's created within the development. On the Gillespie plans, they inadvertently show lots of people using our green spaces because there's not very many green spaces. So inevitably, residents on the new scheme, I'm sure we'd welcome them. But in their Section 106 suggestions, they never mention our estate, and they've continuously said that they'll just negotiate with us through the council with a Section 106 at a later date, but a total unwillingness to take that on board. I think the kind of comment about 20 stories is an interesting one. We also have a 20-story estate, but it's very clear a very different estate. It's with a lot of open space. And I think when you ask about this, other questions about open height and open space, I would say our TRA on the whole welcome development in Peckham and understand that can enrich some things, especially around the kind of the hard standing on the car park. But it is a really, really, really dense thing, which will have a sort of overspill effect onto our homes. We're also really concerned that the HGV for the Morrisons has relocated to Hanover Park, which will send HGVs up Clayton Road, where buses are currently stationary. There's no speed bumps, there's no zebra crossings, there's actually not even a green man crossing from our estate into the central part of Peckham. Again, that we picked up with these kind of contributions afterwards and discussions with highways, but just haven't offered any detail on how to make it a safe place to live in 10 years' time when this is finished, let alone, the construction phase, which is dealt with separately.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else's hands at the moment, but what I would want to do is thank you very much for coming forward and making your presentation. I think we've got some very important points that we need to consider, which we hadn't considered previously. So thank you very much. And it's always really helpful to hear from members of the community to set out their concerns before we make a decision.
Chair, there's an important point of clarification, and it touches on the questions that have been asked here that I'd just like to speak quickly if I can. It's about.
Okay, I will, if it is very quick.
Okay, it might inspire some more questions, but policy P1 is subject to viability. That's understood. So if we can just, everyone will be pleased to hear, step away from viability and step away from heritage for a second and think about affordable housing in a different context. It is completely legitimate as a planning reason for refusal to say the lack of affordable housing, regardless of viability, is not acceptable for this site. NPPF paragraph 59. The weight to be given to a viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker. Paragraph 66. No reference to viability. Where major development is housing, should expect that the mix of affordable housing required meets identified local needs across social rent, other affordable housing for rent, and affordable homeownership tenures. We know this incredible need in Peckham. The council has accepted that. The council has also accepted that it's likely to increase house prices in the area. We've already touched on the socioeconomic shifts that are going to happen and demographic shifts in this area, and that's specific to Peckham. All of this is relevant. As socioeconomic context, as a material consideration under the NPPF, as I've just mentioned, and also under other policies. I think maybe the key one, there's lots of policies in the London Plan and Southwark Plan about inclusive, fair, equal cities, equitable sharing of the economy, but one in particular, Southwark Plan SP5, thriving neighbourhoods and tackling health inequalities. You need to, under subsection 5, enabling people to remain in their homes for longer. So there's clear policy context, NPPF context, and socioeconomic context to refuse this on the grounds of lack of affordable housing because it's a strategic site in Peckham. And that is separate to P1, separate to viability, and separate to heritage. And I really encourage you to do that.
Thank you. Again, if you please like to return to your seats in the public seating area. Thank you. That brings us to the applicants and the applicants' agents, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and as we said before, we'll give you then 3 minutes to speak, and then there'll be questions. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello, my name is Nick Alston. I'm a principal at Avison Young and I'm the applicant's planning consultant. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. We've been working with your officers since 2021 to design a scheme that delivers the requirements of the site allocation while balancing as best as we can the often conflicting aspirations of the local community, other stakeholders and policy. It's really positive that we have a huge amount of common ground with your officers, and I'd like to thank them for their hard work and professionalism over the past few years. However, it's obviously disappointing that we find ourselves in the position where the application has been appealed and officers have recommended that the council defend the appeal on the grounds of one putative reason for refusal. It's a reason for refusal that's entirely subjective, requiring the decision maker to reach a balanced judgment having regard to facts and degree on two very specific points. Firstly, whether the proposed development would harm the conservation area and broader townscape, and secondly, whether the benefits of the development would outweigh any such harm. The view of our heritage advisor is that overall, the development would not harm the conservation area or the wider townscape. The view of your officers is there would be some harm, but that this would not be substantial. Now, the benefits of the development must be properly weighed up in this context of no, or at worst, non-substantial harm. Now, the proposal offers clear and substantial benefits, and these should be afforded great weight in this balancing exercise. Reusing brownfield land, removal of existing buildings that detract from the significance of the conservation area, provision of 867 homes, including 77 affordable, 50 of which would be family-sized social rent provided in the first phase, with a firm commitment to increase this if economic viability improves over time. Boosting the vitality and viability of Peckham Town Centre by increasing the amount and improving the quality of commercial floor space, including a replacement supermarket, which will drive footfall and spending in the area. Provision of over 1 hectare of new public realm, including publicly accessible green space. The creation of 270 construction stage, 660 permanent jobs and a significant number of apprenticeships. Now, the government has made it clear that we all have a moral duty to see more homes of all tenures built and built quickly. Berkeley is committed to playing its part in meeting this emergency, but is reliant on the NPPF requirement for planning applications that accord with the development plan to be approved without delay. And the development plan must be the primary consideration in decision making. There is a very strong case to be made that, on balance, this proposal in front of you this evening accords with the development plan as a whole. Accordingly, I would urge you to not contest the forthcoming appeal. Now, I'm joined by other members of the applicant's team, including architects and the heritage advisor, and we'd welcome any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Councillor Tester.
Thank you very much for your speech. I think it's a really difficult sort of position that we've kind of found ourselves in. And I think what I'm really struggling to understand, and I think it'd be useful if there is someone from Berkeley here, is how we have got to the situation that we're in today. Because if you submitted this application in July 2024, and then by the time it gets to December, it's suddenly become unviable. What I don't understand are what wider macroeconomic conditions have happened in this period. You're not having to redesign because of second staircases. That predates the July 2024 date. You're not having the massive inflation in costs and build costs because that predates the July 2024 application. You know, it's clear that obviously, you know, since that has kind of happened, there has been changes in government policy which have indicated that there will be more grant coming because we've had the bridging loan from government, and then subsequently to that, to now, we've had the announcement of a new social and affordable homes programme. So I think it would be really helpful for kind of us as a committee and also for the residents here if someone from Berkeley is actually just able to explain what has happened in this situation, because I frankly don't understand it and I work in social housing.
Thank you. Yeah, and again, if you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Chloe Young. I'm one of the development directors at Berkeley. Welcome back, Martin. There's actually quite a bit that's changed since July 24. Build costs have continued to increase. Sales markets continue to flatten. There's more regulatory pressure, more regulatory risk. There is significantly more delays due to the building safety regulator that we're experiencing in the industry now. This isn't site-specific challenges, this is industry-specific challenges. And there was a question asked earlier as to whether the council here tonight think that they might see similar challenges on other sites, and I would say probably yes. These are real challenges that the industry is facing at the moment. With regard to grant funding, we went and had a number of conversations around grant funding. Grant funding couldn't be secured. We could get no confirmation that grant funding would be available. We now sit, because of the delays, outside of the grant window for the most, at that time, for the most recent grant programme. Grant will be included in the review mechanisms, in the viability reviews. If there is grant funding, that will go into the mid and the late stage review that we've been agreeing with your officers through the 106. So that opportunity isn't lost. Certainly it will be included at that stage, as will a full reappraisal at the time. Sorry.
Just on the viability review, I want to be really clear that, speaking on behalf of Berkeley, we want to provide more affordable homes. There'll be an early, a mid, and a late stage review. And what that will do,
Sorry, could you speak a little bit closer to the microphone, because I can see that some people in the audience can't hear you properly.
Apologies. We are committed to an early, a mid, and a late stage review of viability as the development progresses. So if the market conditions improve in terms of values, or build costs drop, or indeed if we get the grant we're desperately hoping to achieve, additional affordable housing will be provided as part of the scheme, with the target being that 35% policy cap that we are all generally striving to get to. And it's the delivery of not just affordable homes, but open market homes is a significant public benefit that should be attributed substantial weight in decision making. We have a chronic shortage of homes, so as a starting point, it's really important that we get building the homes that London desperately need. And as part of that, included the maximum possible level of housing. But what we can't be doing is granting planning permissions for schemes that aren't viable, because nothing happens. We've got to be pragmatic, even if it's not the best that we would ideally like it to be, best it can be, known among the circumstances that we find ourselves in.
And it's probably worth noting as a more general point, Berkeley has a track record of delivery. We deliver about 10% of all London's housing, affordable housing. We certainly are not a business that shirks from its responsibilities, but we had to ensure that this was a deliverable proposal in front of decision makers.
Thank you. Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Holston, thank you both. But sort of in your opening remarks, you singly sort of dismissed the council's defence of the impact on heritage. You said from your perspective, from Berkeley's perspective, and your colleagues' judgment, that there would be absolutely no impact the scheme would have on the conservation area, on the townscape heritage. Could you explain that, please?
Our heritage advisors.
Evening, members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Yes, the current building is identified by the council as detracting from the conservation area in the conservation area appraisal. And the architects have taken the approach that it's an opportunity to put back a building which responds more thoroughly and better to the character and appearance of that conservation area. They've done this by way of a building which responds to the verticality in the conservation area in the buildings opposite, in the 19th century and 20th century buildings that are there, that brings forward a palette of materials which is also reflective of the conservation area in a way that the current building doesn't. It steps down to the north and steps down to the south to respond to the locally listed buildings at either end. It is taller, and we recognise that. That is mitigated by the shoulder at the 5th floor level. And there are views from the south where the rear elevation of the locally listed Jones and Higgins building would be occluded. But in the balance, our view is that that leads ultimately to no harm to the conservation area because of the benefits which come from the activated frontage and the better facades, the more animated facades in the building, set against the minor harms within that overall balance.
Councillor Soames, you look as if you're itching to raise a supplemental.
I'd like to. Our own heritage design expert very clearly articulated the reasons why the council is singly why they singly identified heritage, and he sort of gave us a tour of the site from Y Lane going through to Queen Road, and he seemed to identify two particular areas of focus: the Y Lane stretch, then talked about the Queen's Road and the massing of those. I think it was building L. And the height of that and the impact that that would have overall, notwithstanding that the whole scheme would have an impact, but those particular sites. Can you comment, please?
Yeah, my comments firstly were about blocks A, B and C, which are located on the east side of the conservation area, the Rye Lane conservation area. And I think your urban design and conservation officer is referring to the massing of those buildings in that context. We feel that there is a wider analysis to be had about the benefits of the scheme in terms of the, as I say, the design of the building and how it contributes to the character and appearance of the conservation area. My understanding is that certainly building L is outside of the conservation area, further to the east. And in the putative reasons for refusal, the intention is that that would be a townscape question rather than a heritage question. And that I think the view is that that building is considered too high in its context. In our view, that building is a well-designed building which sits well within the context of the bus station and sits appropriately in townscape terms in the views within which we've assessed it from both the east and the west.
Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair. There are many questions I could ask, but I will limit myself, of course. Two questions in that case, and I'm trying to understand the question of viability, which I always disagree with my colleague across the way there, but from your business point of view, I got the impression that it wasn't so much the build cost, which we hear regularly is a factor and always impact upon profitability. There's a third factor, which I believe is the Morrison store, and to what extent does that impact upon the viability of this scheme, notwithstanding you're outside the window to attract grant funding for now? To what extent did that impact upon the viability? And my follow-up question, I know some members here may not want to hear this. If you've been given the opportunity to go higher, would that have improved viability for this scheme?
I'll take Morrison. As was set out earlier, the main challenge that we've got with Morrison's is the requirement to ensure continuity of trade. That means that, as has been said, we have to build out a new Morrison's store before we can do anything else. And not only that, we have to build a basement, which is a timely task in itself. And there's also a cost associated with that basement. It's an absolute requirement of Morrison's that continuity of trade remains. As has already been mentioned, the loss of trade would be absolutely astronomical to Morrison's if they were to be closed down while we build a new store. So it's very understandable why it's a requirement of theirs. The main impact is construction program, as well as additional build costs around the basement, additional time for the basement. and also, you know, there's developable area that you're losing because a Morrison store has to be relocated.
Going to add that there are obviously build cost challenges associated with tall building, but as a basic question, if the site could accommodate a greater quantum or amount of development, then the actual number of affordable homes, the percentage of affordable homes could perhaps.
And it's probably worth noting that back in 2022, that was an option, and it was discounted by officers. And
at a time when you were offering 35% off.
when we had a no, that's actually not correct. When we had a previous design team on board, there was a greater number of homes, just over 1,000, and a couple of taller buildings, as you'll remember, Martin, from our conversations on it in your capacity at the time.
Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair, and forgive me. I did want to follow through on its site allocation course, Peter. No, I think it is. Having looked at quite a number of these sites across the borough, this particular site, I'm coming back to Morrison, of course. Morrison takes up about a third of the site or thereabout, which is unusual because it's fixed. Therefore, you can't do anything with that. You can't build it on top of it. With that, I'm trying to understand. I may have asked officers this question early on as well. Anyway, I'm just an amateur in these matters, so you can understand. It seems logical if the site has a capacity supposedly of 860 plus or thereabouts. It must be taken into account a 20-story, but assuming that Morrison isn't there in order to deliver that 850. Is my very amateur interpretation of that site allocation and its design correct? That in order to achieve that number of homes on that site of 860 plus, that you're assuming Morrison is not there, and you're able to build on the entire plot, as opposed to have to work around Morrison's in order to achieve our objectives.
If I see the microphone here, you need to read the site allocation as a whole, and it's a town centre site in a major town centre, and part of the site is a shopping area. So it's understandable. It's a starting point. It's a town centre. We want to maintain the vitality and viability of the town centre. So the policy says this. So starting point is things like re-providing the retail, making sure the supermarket is a really important kind of like anchor store really for the town centre as a whole. It's replaced, continuation of trading, all the things we've all been speaking about. So it's almost as if the supermarket, then the retail, that comes first. Then the homes layer on top. And you're familiar with the NPPF, London Plan Policy, SD7, etc. All provide really strong support for the redevelopment and intensification of highly accessible town centre sites, particularly surface car parks and supermarkets, to accommodate the new homes that Londoners need. And it's almost like an airspace policy. What can we put above these huge single-storey retail stores and car parking that uses that land to much better effect? And now layer on top of that is policy 125C in the NPPF says you've got to find really substantial weight to the benefits of reusing previously developed sites such as this to meet housing needs, unless there is substantial harm. So all of these things led into the site allocation. So I'm going in a roundabout manner to answer your question, but obviously it's the council's policy. Site allocation has an indicative capacity of 850 homes. That was evidenced by your officers and your team as part of the preparation of the new Southwark plan. That was tested at examination by a planning inspector who independently examined the soundness of the plan. They concluded that 850 number was sound, having regard to the evidence base that was presented to the inspector in the examination by your team, your officers. And the 850 is the homes, the supermarket, the associated car parking, and everything that goes with it. Well, we've got 867, so we're pretty close to the 850. So the affordable. So as Mr. Wilson was taking you through earlier, the starting point of the policy is to provide the maximum level of housing, 35% basically the target, subject to viability. Now, the viability appraisal, the whole plan viability assessment that's at the local plan, accepts some sites are going to struggle with viability due to site-specific circumstances. That's why there is that provision in that policy of subject to viability. That cascades down from the London plan and that cascades down from national. What we can't have is planning policies that secure Section 106 obligations that render development unviable. And not every site is the same. Every site's got its unique characteristics in terms of site constraints, opportunities, existing use values, etc. Also, the cost of development varies from site to site. So what we can't have is a really blunt rule book of local plan policies and development plan policies. They've got to have that flexibility. And for site allocations such as this one, it's got some really, really challenging characteristics, which mean that as opposed to just going in and hitting that headline 35% fast track level, we've got a viability test this one. Otherwise, the site allocation itself just isn't deliverable in the current circumstances. And as I said, we all collectively really hope that market conditions improve in the future, grant funding becomes availability, we can get that number of 35%. That's what we're all trying to get to.
Thank you. Councillor Danby.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. So I guess this is coming down to public benefits versus heritage harm, and you're saying that despite not meeting our affordable housing requirements, the public benefits outweigh the harm. I guess in other cases where our targets aren't met, there's some sort of compensation element or something that's done to overcompensate for it. So, for example, student accommodation comes forward and they can't meet our affordable requirements, they give a payment in lieu. Or in other cases, they do something to overcompensate to say, okay, here's what we would do, accepting that they kind of missed the boat or missed the target on some of our key requirements. I guess what I'm struggling to see here is what have you done in terms of public benefits to overcompensate for the lack of affordable housing you're providing here? And reading through the application, it seems to me that if you met 35% target, the public benefits that you've outlined and suggested would be the same as the ones that are still here despite going down to 12%. I would have thought that because you've missed our targets by such a lengthy percentage, that you would hope to overcompensate that by doing a lot more for the community in other ways, being innovative about it, and maybe you have, and you're going to outline them to me now. Thanks.
Okay, so can I just clarify the position about the amount? We've got the suite of policies, the H456 in the London relevant affordable. Both are pretty consistent in that they require the maximum level of affordable housing to be. Haven't got it to should be affordable. Got two options, option A, option B. Option A is effectively, I use a London plan terminology, so the fast track approach, and this site 35%, or the viability tested route. Both of those routes take you through a process that gets you to a point that identifies the maximum level of affordable. Both are policy compliant. So we're not in a situation here where we're not meeting a policy requirement. Policy requirement is defined through the viability process, which your independent consultants have been advising your officers on and agreed with the applicant that 12% equals the policy requirement by the maximum level of. As I said, it's not as high as we'd all like it to be, but it is the policy compliant level of this particular site. So we must attribute in the planning balance, appropriate weight to all homes, regardless of tenure, and very significant weight to affordable homes where we are providing the policy compliant level, which we are doing. Now, in terms of the wider benefits, because we're hitting the policy requirement to provide the maximum level, we don't have to do something compensatory because there isn't a shortfall in policy terms. So your example, payment in lieu and things like PBSA is appropriate in those circumstances because it's not always appropriate to provide affordable housing as part of student schemes. It's sometimes better to provide it off-site. In this instance, there isn't a compensatory component because we are satisfying the policy. However, it's really important that decision makers have full regard to the benefits of the scheme in reaching that planning judgment, because that's what it really comes down to: harm versus benefits. And it's the homes, it's the affordable homes, and not just the percentage of affordable homes, the fact that they're coming forward in the first phase, that they're family-sized social rent, which is top of the tree in terms of housing needs. It's improvement to the town centre vitality and viability. Back to our discussion, it's not just a housing scheme. This is a town centre retail scheme at its heart, with apartments and homes sat aside, or rather above and alongside that. It's the provision of the public realm. A lot of the feedback we received from our community engagements, where we spent 4 years listening, perhaps not necessarily been able to respond as positively would like to all those requests, but we did do a lot of listening. One of the things was we really want some open green space in the town centre. It's a very urban environment, and some grass and trees and places to relax and places for kids to play was one of the top things on the wish list. The creation of jobs and so on. So the development itself does have a significant suite of public benefits that goes with it.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, Chair. I guess I take all of the points you've made. The reason why officers are encouraging us to defend the appeal is on the basis of the low levels of affordable housing. So I guess that is the reason why we're in this position, because of the low levels of affordable housing. That's why I'm asking the question. What have you considered in addition to your argument is the public benefits outweigh the costs? What considerations have you given that go above and beyond what you have already outlined, which to me doesn't differentiate yourself from what a normal planning application for this site would have been if the affordable levels of housing had been required? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I see what you mean. So effectively, the general suite of public benefits, shopping list of requirements in the site allocation.
Sorry, could you speak up a little bit more?
The list of benefits that I've been to is very much the list of requirements set out in the site allocation. So tick, and we've accorded with all those requirements of the site allocation. We focus on we've focused on maximising that level of affordable housing. As your consultants have advised, strictly speaking, the scheme can't afford any affordable housing. That's effectively agreed. We're providing 12%, so we're providing over and above what, strictly speaking, policy would require planning application to provide. So that's what we focus on. We're using the word again, completely focused on maximising the level of affordable housing as part of this scheme, as much as we can now, and then as part of those reviews down the line.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Harper.
You'll be delighted to know I've got a question about open space and amenity space. I don't know if an architect or maybe that. It's quite a little question, but we have a diagram. I'm not sure if you have access to the officer's report, but it shows it's 0.447 to officers. So page 192 if we're looking at the top page number, which shows the open space on the site. Have you got the same one? So page 192 at the top, and it's 0.447. Oh, no, sorry, not that one. Oh, yeah, that one, sorry, yeah. It's better in colour, I would say. A lot easier to see. Yeah. So you can kind of see what's going on. A lot of the land, which is kind of considered open space, it appears to be kind of pavement. For example, if we look at slide 32, yes, so this building L, that kind of pavement at front of it, according to this diagram, is what we're considering open space. And if you look at the diagram, there's like lots of finicky bits. I just wanted to check, are those kind of spaces included in our totals in open space? Because we already have a shortfall.
Unfortunately, I'm not the landscape architect, but I will try really hard to answer it in the right way. So yes, in the coloured copies is purple, and that denotes the space which is accessible to the public, not private, and is open to the public and is considered open space. Some of that is hard standing, some of that is soft. So this diagram in itself just delineates the footprints of the buildings, the openly accessible space, and those spaces which are in pink, they are the ones on top of buildings which are part of the private amenity space for the residents.
That the diagram we're looking at isn't in the slides, I don't think, unfortunately. So on the figures below there, it says public open space. I feel like it's a little bit misleading then.
It is public open space, not public green space. Yes, you're correct.
Councillor Harper, can I just build upon that? When you were asking the question just then, you mentioned a shortfall in open space. Did I hear that correctly? I just wanted to.
I think there is, communal amenity space. So that's, I guess, the area in pink on the diagram. And it says there are compromises on both. This is in the offices. So an example being that 383 residential properties would have a private amenity space measuring under 10 square metres. The smallest amount would measure 5 square metres, which is under that required by policy P15.
Can I clarify that point? In policy, that sets a minimum requirement that every home has to have its own balcony or terrace or what have you. And for 3-bedroom homes, that terrace must be 10 square metres. And for 1s and 2s, there's a grading difference in between the two. Now, for instance, if it was a 2-bedroom home that required a 7 square metre minimum size balcony, you can provide the 3 square metres as part of the communal amenity space. So, for instance, on the right-hand side of the screen, on the top of the Morrisons there, that green space, that's all communal amenity space. Now, when you add up all the communal amenity space and the private balcony space, that gets you to the requirement, and that's what the policy requires us to do. So, in terms of private amenity space and shared private communal amenity space requirements in policy, we meet all those requirements in full.
Councillor Dalton.
Turning back to the viability and affordable housing, for me, there are still inconsistencies in the story being told about the main factors for that. You were saying that you get the opinion that we should reach for 35% where possible, that there should be flexibility, site-specific factors. Morrison's thing being one example there. But you had previously had a viability of 35%. I think that was what you, knowing all of the site-specific things about this location, if I've understood correctly, that thing about Morrison being there and needing to continue trading was known about well in advance, and you thought 35% was doable at that point. And then, but at other times we've heard about how the decrease from 35% to 12% has more been to do with recent developments like build cost or building regulations. But it just seems like different things have been said, slight inconsistencies through. And could you confirm basically that in terms of what is site specific, this location, and taking into account Morrison's, you do think 35% would actually be doable? You previously did think that about a year ago. That's what you seem to be saying we should have flexibility on it. specific. So I'm getting different messages.
I think they're two very separate matters. So when we're talking about what are the site-specific constraints that impact the viability of this site, bearing in mind that for the last 11 years there have been proposals on this site and nobody's managed to bring it forward, just highlights what the challenges of this site are. They are in relation to Morrison's and the requirements under the contract with Morrison's. They were factored into an FVA at 35% affordable, which was in deficit and which BPS reviewed and urged the council to take caution on approving a scheme at 35% because it was in such significant deficit. We went and we've made investigations on grant funding, which have not been fruitful at this point. Like I say, we're outside of the grant funding window. If future grant is available when the next funding window comes through, that will be applied for. If obtained, will be included in the viability reviews. But there have been other significant changes in the last year, 18 months around regulatory requirements, regulatory delays around the building safety regulator, which every scheme is facing at the moment and is causing challenges, which I'm sure BPS will be able to attest to on the other schemes that they're reviewing. So the two are very separate. So apologies if that caused some confusion, but they are very separate matters.
Councillor Tester.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point of clarification, going back to Councillor Van Bay's point about in lieu payments. So I think we as a committee, and possibly actually it might have been the other committee, approved quite some time ago 18 Blackfriars Road, which came forward with a application that had a in lieu payment for affordable housing because it was seen as being a preferable option to provide more affordable housing off-site because that particular site was not viable for a huge amount of housing. And I'm not saying that that is something that we as a council would think would be a good thing, and certainly not necessarily in this case would be something that should be sensible. But I think it would be unreasonable to say that that's completely policy uncompliant and not a possible thing to do when we know for a fact that that has kind of happened, and have assessments been made as to whether more affordable housing could be provided off-site. Has that even been something that's been considered? And again, I'm not saying that because I think it's a good thing and something that should be considered in this, but I do think the transparency and kind of the correctness of the record here, it would be good to consider that point.
If I go first and Chloe may add in. So you're right, in terms of the policy, the default position is affordable housing should be provided on site and the amount tested by base. We won't go down that route. But there are some exceptional circumstances where a site might not be able to accommodate it, or there might just be a common sense reason why you get a much better outcome if affordable housing is provided either on a donor site or via a payment in lieu. In this instance, for this site, which has got capacity for 850 homes in the allocation, it's quite difficult to identify an exceptional circumstance about why you can't physically fit some affordable housing on this site, because you can. It would meet the requirements of registered provider and so on. So we haven't gone down the route of thinking, well, we won't provide any affordable housing here, we'll put it somewhere else. And it's part of that broader commitment to run mixed balance communities, what you'll be very familiar with. But Chloe, is there anything you might want to add in terms of what a payment in lieu may do that might be beneficial to this scheme? I don't think there would be.
No, I mean, we haven't been asked to look at it. Officers, that's not been a conversation with officers. I think the mix and balance community point is at the top of everyone's agenda there. So we haven't looked at it for clarity, for reference.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. So first of all, and we've heard about the questions about the viability, and of course there's a difference between viability and profitability, and as we've seen from paragraph 313 of the report, it's expected this would still make at current prices, current costs, it's been calculated to be an £84 profit from this development, and that's been calculated as a deficit against that viability threshold of £41. Yeah, Berkeley Homes came to this committee just 3 months ago with the Borough Triangle proposal, where that deficit was almost 3 times as much as that, £123.8 million. And yet at that site, you were able to deliver a scheme that was fully compliant in terms of levels of social and other. So just to understand, and obviously that was a larger scheme, so I can understand we're not quite dealing with, you can't necessarily compare those two figures. But as I understand it, the percentage in terms of that deficit against the GDV was pretty similar between the two schemes. And why is it that Berkeley Homes were able to come to us 3 months ago with a scheme that was compliant with that policy on affordable and social housing, and here are saying they just can't afford to do it and it's impossible and we should ignore that and we should be looking at the benefits of the scheme?
Firstly, it's worthwhile us just setting out that we're a PLC. We've got shareholders that we're accountable to. We have to make sound and viable investment decisions. There isn't a case where one site acts as a donor to make another site viable. Each has to be looked at, as you would expect, on its own merits and its own risk profile. As has been set out by your viability consultant, this is an incredibly risky site with a very high risk profile and a long programme. So each site does have to be looked at on its own merits, with the market that it sits in, with the build cost risk that's attributed to it, things like the Morrison store we keep coming back to, but it does have a huge amount of risk that's weighted against it. So it is each site on its own merits at the time.
Can I add, and obviously that's the commercial viability response to that question. From a purely planning perspective, a decision-making perspective, I'm going to coin Chloe's phrase, every application is being determined on its own merits. Other applications, other sites will have their own unique circumstances and characteristics. This application, like any other application, has to be determined against the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And what might have happened on a different scheme wouldn't be a relevant material consideration to suggest determining an application otherwise than in accordance with the development plan.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. We need to assess this application on its own merits and obviously decision made elsewhere. But it does seem slightly strange that it does seem to be a very different approach by Berkeley Homes at this site to other sites in the borough. So I'll leave that there. But the other question I did want to come to is, I think Southwark overall borough probably has a reputation of actually probably giving more planning permissions than many other local authorities. I think it's probably fair to say. And I think it's probably also fair to say that quite often we get a lot of criticism from our local communities for doing that. But I think there pretty much has been a golden thread in terms of those decisions. Certainly, last year, certainly as long as I've been chair here, which is now over 3 years, which is by and large that if an application comes forward, which is compliant to levels of social and affordable housing, it's more likely than not, and probably we're likely to get approval because we see the importance of delivering that social and affordable housing. And conversely, where a scheme comes forward that isn't compliant in terms of that, it usually, it's more often than not will fail at this committee. So given that, and given that very clear picture I think that we have in Southwark, I am confused as to why Berkeley would come forward with a scheme which they knew would be highly unlikely to get approval given that environment. Because it is very clear, and I said I think we are a borough on the whole which is probably more permissive in terms of applications than many others. So it does seem very strange that, and the other bit I struggle to understand a little bit is, given that really is the golden rule of planning applications in this borough, I understand the constraints of the site and all the other issues. I don't understand that when you got to a point where you thought, well, okay, we can't get to 35% with current application, instead of coming forward with an application which delivers 12%, you didn't go away and think about, well, given that's the thing that we need to do to get past, get permission in Southwark, you didn't go away and revise those plans and think again and come back with a proposal which delivers the affordable housing that might be more likely to get approval by the council?
So if I've understood it correctly, I'll answer the first part. So this application does accord with the development plan. It is providing 12% affordable housing, which is more than has been confirmed to be viable. It does comply with your development plan. I appreciate your target is 35%, but it does comply with the development plan. We have spent 4 years on proposals for this site. We've had 2 design teams, 6 architects over that time. We've looked at a whole host of proposals for this site at a whole host of scales. It was made very clear to us that the proposal itself in terms of height and massing needed to be in line with the site allocation. That's what's before you. And the resultant affordable housing is a part of that. At 35%, it is not deliverable, and it would not be right for me to sit a committee in front of you and say that it is, because ultimately we wouldn't be able to bring it forward.
Can I just add to that response? It's just points about deliverability. Over the past 6 to 12 months, there's been a significant shift in material circumstances in the world of housing needs and planning in England. You're aware that across London as a whole, we're delivering around 30,000 homes per year at the moment. The new standard method indicates the need for 88,000 homes a year. We need to triple the number of homes being built. There's no point having site allocations or planning permissions with levels of Section 1 and 6 obligations that render those schemes undeliverable on viability grounds. What you have before you this evening is an application that is deliverable with a builder that wants to get a digger on site next week to start building the thing to deliver the homes that Londoners need to meet and contribute to those much higher housing targets that are coming our way across London.
Okay, I'm just going to come back on that. I'm sure you have other people putting up the house as well. It's homes for who is the question. Because you're saying that Londoners need these homes. Londoners living in Southwark, by and large, the vast majority of them are not in a position where they'd be able to afford to buy those homes. Yeah, we live in a borough where a third of people own their homes and 2/3 of people rent their homes. And it does feel as if you're not delivering the sort of homes that actually the people who live in Southwark need, given those levels, that you're not actually meeting that housing need that you're claiming this application does. If you're not building the homes that the people who live in Southwark need, I'm not convinced about your argument that these are the homes that Londoners need. Because who are those Londoners? Because they appear not to be the residents of Southwark.
The need for total number, the global number of 88,000 is a wide number that's calculating using the standard method. We've got the SHMAR that informed the London plan, the SHMAR that informed the Southwark plan, and so on, that identifies the different needs. So there is an identified need for affordable housing is a huge, significant need. We're not debating that at all. But equally, private market homes alongside also specific housing for older persons, student housing, etc. There's a broad spectrum of housing needs to meet the needs of Londoners, Southwark residents, Peckham residents, and so on. In terms of affordable housing, with some exceptions, the vast majority of affordable housing delivery in London is provided through private-led developments and generated through subsidy generated by those affordable homes or those market homes for sale or for rent. So the balance between the different tenures does vary. And in this instance, it is varying from that ideal level of 35% that you're seeking, but it is still contributing to the market homes are generating the affordable homes, if you like.
Thank you. I'm going to stop asking questions myself there at that point. Councillor Seaton and then Councillor Tester.
First of all, thank you for your responses to questions thus far, and I've understood them, which is, I suspect you're a teacher. You must teach, I suspect. So I've understood your responses without say further ado. There is an aspect of the application which is clearly failing, that's in regards to retail space. Can you just tell us why it's failing, given the fact that you've now represented an application which you feel is viable? why is it not viable to give us the required retail space?
Okay, I don't like the word failing, so I'll use a different word. What we've done is we looked at the site allocation, and that requires two things: the reprovision of the supermarket. So we've done that. Now that's been specified by Morrison's. They said this is exactly the amount of floor space we want, the shape, the configuration. So it's a much more efficient store that meets its operational requirements. So that was the first thing to do. Then the next requirement of the site allocation, if I get my words correctly, at least the amount of retail floor space currently on the site. Now, this allocation is in the 22 local plan, informed by evidence which was prepared 5, 6, 7 years ago. Key to that, pre-COVID and pre to very significant changes to the retail landscape in this country. You would have seen significant changes to high streets across the country and out of town retailing. So the first thing that we did, because we ought to make our development a successful contributor to the vitality and viability of its major town centre, is we appointed agents, commercial agents called Commercial, who looked at what is the most appropriate form, mix, size of units, different types of uses that would best complement and contribute to the overall success of the town centre. Now they challenged Berkeley and said, you know what? We think we should diversify a little bit away from retail, or at least have that flexibility to introduce a broader range of still main town centre uses into this site, which will still contribute to the expenditure, the footfall, the sense of vibrancy that Peckham and town centres across London are famous for. And that's why we all like them and love spending time there. So we actually have a greater amount of floor space that's in main town centre uses, including employment use, so office accommodation, a broader spectrum, including some food and drink, and allowance for some drinking establishments, to create this retail-led yet mixed-use commercial offer in as part of the scheme, to really complement the predominantly retail component on Rye Lane and the High Street. So there's more main town centre commercial uses, but a little bit less is just restricted to retail. And it's all about having that mix and balance.
If it's very quick.
I'll try to be very quick, because I said he's a teacher, so I'm used to engaging teachers, so it can be fun.
I'm a town planner, really.
Oh, would I do such a thing? I was a good school governor for 27 years, so there you go. If I may, I'm not sure I completely understood what you just said, notwithstanding you said you're a teacher. What I believe you said is that food and beverage, in other words, bars, I suppose, is what you're really saying would increase the number of bars in the footprint. And I believe you might be hinting at hospitality, nightclubs. Is that what you're hinting at in common parlance?
Not nightclubs. Okay, so very specifically, what we're seeking approval for is 3,800 square metres of what we call flexible retail, leisure and commercial uses. So having got to the new use classes order, it's use class E, A to G, with a little bit of drinking establishments, which is, we proposed a cap to that to make sure this doesn't become this sort of pub-dominated, bar-dominated area. We're assuming kind of one pub or one bar sort of things, that mix. So think restaurants and shops. That's the best way to think about it, alongside workspace. And the supermarket, not getting the supermarket.
Okay, Councillor Tester.
Thank you. I just wanted to challenge you on what you sort of said in response to Councillor Livingston around the sort of deliverability of this scheme being a sort of material consideration for us as a committee. If you sort of feel that, you know, as clearly what you said this evening, that our officers' reasons for refusal aren't strong, and if it's of such importance that you get kind of started on site as soon as possible, why has the applicant appealed for non-determination? That is a really lengthy process, which won't be resolved until much later this year. We've heard October is when the hearing's going to be. And then why did you not just come to committee, put out your argument here and actually let us have this debate? I don't understand if this deliverability and if this need to get started on site on this housing is so important, why have you now gone through this lengthy appeal process? It all seems a bit fishy to me.
To be honest, it was a really difficult decision that was made by the Berkeley team to submit the appeal and non-determination. Vicky, I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis over there explained earlier that officers had advised us that they were getting to the point that they were going to really struggle to recommend it for approval because the affordable housing had dropped down, and were suggesting that a reason for refusal, as per what was on the screen earlier, was sort of coming our way. Councillor Livingston, you explained a few minutes ago, almost like the golden rule within Southwark is 35% affordable housing or you don't go past go. So with those considerations in mind, we took the plunge and submitted the appeal on non-determination. I mean, I used the word disappointingly, I think, in a 3-minute speech to me, because it was disappointing, because nobody really likes to get to an appeal situation. We have agreed so much with your offices. It's almost like 95% agreed. It's just the bit on the end. We haven't managed to reach agreement. And I agree with your point. Why waste 7 months in an appeal process to deal with that little bit on the end? But we felt, balancing things up, we felt that it would be difficult for the committee to approve the application for exactly the reasons we're debating this evening, and that we would go down an appeal route. But it was a very difficult balancing judgment for us to make, for Berkeley to make as the applicant.
Okay, Councillor Harper.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk just a bit more about the lack of retail space, or the kind of shortfall. You spoke about the context changing since 2007. Find that just a slightly frustrating thing to say when you're kind of talking about how your whole scheme is very, it aligns with the development plan. From my perspective, development plan, also contexts have changed. There's more and more people who are homeless needing affordable housing. That's a side note. One of the things you said, one of the alternative site uses instead of retail space is office space. I was wondering if you could talk about the like what your evidence is that this area needs office space. You referenced changes since COVID. That's actually since COVID we've seen like a mass lack of office space requirements. So it'd be useful to understand why that's being kind of proposed instead of retail space, when retail space is one of the on the site. Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously we are providing a significant amount of retail floor space, as I was just explaining, and it's just a little bit less than what's there at the moment. And let's call it workspace or office space, it doesn't really matter. It's a main town centre use, as defined in Annex 2 of the NPPF. So just as a matter of principle, that's a suitable land use in town centre locations such as this. Now, the commercial strategy in land use planning terms that sits behind the proposition is to ensure that there's a mix of uses in the town centre that attracts different types of people to the town centre at different types of days to do different things. So, for instance, we know that Peckham's got a great growing evening economy. We want to make sure that the daytime economy is equally as strong, and it's more than just shopping. There are community facilities, there's employment and different types of employment in the town centre. Now, one of the reasons of introducing the workspace is to ensure that there are people on the site milling around, activating that space for those different reasons during the day. One of those is workspace. There are clear economic benefits associated with that, job generation, etc. And in terms of the office market has become much more mixed and complex over the past 5 years. There's lots of changes happening in central London in terms of the requirements and demands of occupiers, and they are very different to what, let's just call it, in inner London town centres, where there is increasing demand, particularly for smaller spaces, for smaller businesses and startups and creative industries and so on, who don't necessarily want to be in the city or the West End or those more traditional office locations, and would prefer to be in a major town centre in inner London. So that's the commercial rationale and the land use mix rationale that sits behind why we've introduced this broader blend of non-residential main town centre uses as part of the scheme.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further hands. The very last question, Councillor Seaton.
I'll try to make it my last question, because really,
you will make it your last question.
I'm trying to get to a point in which I'm just receiving the feedback as regards the early, mid, and late review. Okay, I think that's pretty crucial to us.
It's really, really important.
It was suggested, Chair, that maybe we should not contend the appeal. If there was some undertaking, maybe from Berkeley Homes, that these reviews would take place, but for us to understand the component of those reviews so that we can be confident that those reviews will be objective.
Okay, there are, I'm going to use the word rules, but principles are established in the London Plan, associated guidance and the London Plan, and have been drafted many a time by your officers in terms of securing the early, mid and late stage reviews as Section 106 obligations. So these will be legal obligations that oblige Berkeley Homes to enter into review at defined trigger points. Now, they will be discussed with officers as part of the negotiation of the Section 106 agreement as we move forward. Now, typically, we would expect an early review to be triggered if substantial development doesn't commence within a relatively short period of time, probably 2 or 3 years. We would then expect a mid-stage review to occur prior to the commencement of phase 2. So the scheme can be broadly cut in half. Phase 1 is the Morrisons in the apartments above Morrisons. Phase 2 is the rest of it over on the western part of the site. So before we start phase 2, we will have a complete rerun of the viability. So that will be looking at costs, values, etc. at that point in time. In exactly the same way, BPS might be appointed to critique the work that our viability team will be doing, or whoever it may be, but your officers will push this through a scrutinised process to determine if the scheme can afford any more affordable housing. Now, it can't go backwards because your officers are clever. They put that provision in that we can't negotiate that. So it can only go up. And the upward would be to try and get to that the target number that is in your policy. The late stage normally happens at around 75% of completions or occupations. Now, at that point, it's sometimes a bit late to get actual affordable homes into a scheme. That's where negotiations would take place with the registered provider to see if we can squeeze any in at the late stage. Alternatively, it would be a payment in lieu, which is one of the things Councillor Tester was talking about earlier. Because you're so far down in the development, you pay the cash instead. So, but the principal objective for everybody is to secure grant, to improve the viability through market conditions, build costs in the building safety regulator becoming more efficient, etc. So that we come to that mid-stage review, the viability improves, and we can provide actual more affordable housing in phase 2. That's the goal, following social rent and intermediate mix, which is set out in the local plan. If we can top it up with a pill at the end, even better. And that will all be secured in the Section 106 legal obligation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll forgive you, Councillor Seaton, because I think that was a useful question. Thank you. I would like to thank you for coming forward. I know that has not necessarily been easy, but you have been very full and helpful in your answers. So but if you'd like to return to the public seating over here, that'd be very helpful. Sorry, I'm sorry. We have already we've already heard from the objectors, and we had that opportunity for objections to be heard already, I'm afraid, and so we did provide that. So I'm sorry about that, but we do need to be clear in our process here. This is what's called a quasi-judicial process, so we do need to be very clear on our rules, and we do need to follow our rules. So apologies for that. But thank you, just to clarify that. Okay, so we're moving on. So my next question is, do we have any supporters of the scheme that live within 100 metres of the scheme that would like to come forward to address the committee? I am not seeing any indications of anybody that would like to do that. We do sometimes get them, we don't often get them, but I can't see them. No, we can't allow it to have another go of objections. No, that's not that's not a balanced approach, I'm afraid. We are going to move forward to ask whether there are any ward councillors present that would like to address us. I can see two at the back of the room. If you'd like to come forward. So I'll allow you to both introduce yourselves and apologies that this is quite late in the evening, but you will have 3 minutes and then you will have questions from committee members. So over to you. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, and then I'll start your 3 minutes.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Councillor David Parton. I'm a councillor for Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Councillor Jasmine Ali, Deputy Leader and Councillor for Rye Lane Ward.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Cool. Thank you, members of the committee, Chair. I'm here to ask you to reject Berkeley Homes' planning application on the grounds laid out by officers, and also to encourage you to consider the many other reasons for refusal. The current application threatens to undermine Southwark's progress in delivering social rent homes. There is a huge need for affordable housing in Southwark, with more than 4,000 households in and around Peckham specifically on the social housing waiting list. According to today's addendum to this application, there are currently 1,383 households in the SE15 area living in overcrowded accommodation, more than a quarter of all overcrowded households in Southwark's housing register. With just 12% affordable housing allocated to the scheme, it's simply incomprehensible that this scheme's supposed affordable housing benefits could outweigh the substantial multiple harms laid out by this application, and undermines this council's requirement for developers to deliver 35% affordable housing across developments. Members must weigh the balance of different policy priorities, but let's be clear, this application is so bereft of affordable housing for an area in exceptional need of affordable housing that it cannot be acceptable. The harms include damage to the Rye Lane conservation area and neighbouring buildings by destroying historic sightlines, overshadowing historic and listed buildings, and severely blocking the daylight and sunlight permanently to properties adjoining the site. There are many other reasons to refuse this application too, such as the absence of legal guarantees to provide community land trust homes, a fundamental core tenement to the allocation for development on the site. The business relocation strategy fails to identify all small and independent businesses and does not meet policy requirements for consultation and viable relocation options, and the shocking fact that the application fails to meet the GLA's urban greening factor requirements, scoring 0.38, strikingly below the 0.4 required, truly shocking considering the site is currently a paved car park. While some of these points could be improved by the applicant, they have shown no appetite to improve the scheme, and by pushing for non-determination, they've shown no respect for this committee or local residents. I beg you refuse this application.
I just wanted to add, Chair, members of the committee, I speak tonight as a proud councillor for Rye Lane Ward, home to a vibrant, diverse and resilient community. But the Aylsham development proposal, as my colleague has said before you, does not reflect the needs, hopes or heritage of the people that we represent. First, on the affordable housing, I wanted to mention just 12% social rent in the borough, with over 18,000 households on the waiting list, is simply unacceptable. Our community needs genuinely affordable homes, not unaffordable units as labelled as such. Second, the lack of family-sized accommodation is a glaring omission. Prioritising one-bedroom flats over homes for families excludes the very people who have made Peckham the place it is today. And I have to say, while I do, recognise a slight increase in family housing, and that's welcome, 40% of the units remain one-bedroom flats, and that doesn't reflect the actual demand in the ward, where overcrowding is most severe in larger
That unfortunately is your 3 minutes up, I'm afraid. I wonder if any committee member has any questions for you. Councillor Harper.
I was just wondering if Councillor Ali would finish what she was saying.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Harper. Look, we know that 35% of families have left London. Since 2018, we've seen a dramatic fall in the number of children in our schools. Schools that we invested 200 million to refurbish. Anyway, we have closed a number of schools in the borough, and most recently, the beloved St Mary Magdalene, just down the road from this site. And we kept that going, even though we had a plan, because we were thinking actually, we could get more affordable homes in the locality. So if we were talking about adequate social housing, we would be behind this development. But as it stands, you can listen to my neighbours and they will tell you. But as it stands, we are in a lose-lose situation. Which brings me to my third point. This application shows little regard for our heritage and townscape. This is something that would overwhelm the historic setting of Peckham Rye Station, permanently damage the scale and character that makes Peckham so unique. So one officer from Berkeley told a public meeting, and I was not always a refusenik. I was behind this because we need social housing. But then I hear that one officer from Berkeley told a public meeting that the development could be second homes. Now, why would the community risk heritage for second homes? You know, the heritage point is not lost on me. On top of this, the development risks displacing independent local businesses, which we've heard, you know, and they are, you know, not just any businesses, they're the heartbeat of Rye Lane. And so with no clear protection or reintegration strategy, you know, we would want that up front, and we've said as much to the Berkeley a number of times. So this application fails to serve our community as it stands. It offers too little to too few and asks too much of Peckham. So I urge the committee to reject this as it stands now, and we'll have to continue to work with the community, our MPs, the mayor and the government to get the best possible housing allocation on this site.
Thank you. Any further questions to the ward councillors? Councillor Soames.
Councillor Alling, Councillor Park. Can I just play devil's advocate?
Yeah, do.
Is 12% better than nothing? We've heard all the arguments about viability. We've heard the arguments about, you know, private development, supporting and social housing, etc., and going forward market rates and the way that the climate is at the moment, build costs, etc., that partnership with developers, private developers, is the way forward at the moment because the council can't afford to build social housing. So, you know, we've got a scheme before us that we need to deliberate on in terms of defend the appeal. Is 12% better than 35%?
All about timing, isn't it? We suddenly find ourselves in a time where we have a Labour council, a Labour mayor, and a Labour government. Now, where is the hope and where is the aspiration? And I would expect more. I'm not a developer, but I'd expect more, you know, from the developers over here, because actually, when I do my casework and I'm like walking around Rye Lane, just down the other end, you know, and families are like squashed in to 2 rooms, you know, where you think, goodness me, you know, how can people live like this? And you just think to yourself, well, actually, if I haven't got hope, who has got hope? So, you know, I'm not a mathematician, but I can absolutely stand here to say, you know, 12% is not better than 35%, you know, and that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Park.
Could I add in on that? Apologies. Thank you. I think also related to that. So on the 12% angle, I mean, I think it's got to be considered in the context of what the 88% of properties will do to the dynamics in the area. And I think there has been kind of academic studies into kind of displacement effect that these kind of properties can have on people, especially of lower socioeconomic backgrounds, which obviously is a core part of Peckham, as you know, from your ward. But that, you know, there's been research that suggests that you know, there was a Trust for London Poverty Profile analysis of 53 London neighbourhoods, which included 3 in Peckham, and the results showed that families in low-income Londoners may be being priced out of their neighbourhoods and ultimately out of London. And I think if we look at the 88% of properties that can be built on this site, they're way beyond the average earnings and the affordability for our local communities. And there are questions about the retail units that we've put in. Obviously, there are concerns about the kind of retail units that will be removed. We know the kind of retailers that are there on site. There's a mix of more affordable food stores. There are a mix of more retailers like Poundland and Greggs and as well. And there are questions about the type of the new developments that will be built in the site, the cost of them to actually even own one, let alone the retail units that are provided and costs that they will incur to local communities. So I think that should also be considered in the whole heritage assessment of but when we talk about the kind of damage that this development will do to the heritage and the kind of conservation area, obviously we talk about physical buildings but they're kind of an embodiment of the local area and the kind of people that live there and the rhythm of life in that neighbourhood. And I think we've got to consider the socioeconomic community as part of that. And I am really concerned about this at 12%.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask. I think in your additional reasons, you suggest we should the application. I don't think I heard you say impact on the area in terms of socioeconomic or character, but it sounds like what you were just saying, that is kind of what Parliament. Is that like your intention that we should be adding that to like one of our grounds for refusal?
Thank you. I mean, I know that obviously the council's officers are recommended on specific grounds to refuse, but in terms of, I do think that there's an element of, when we're talking about the damage to heritage and the conservation area, that we do need to kind of consider the socioeconomic surroundings of Peckham within that, because that shapes the heritage assets, that shapes the kind of why, for example, such a mix of different buildings are within the conservation area. It's all histories and different communities coming in and shaping the physical space. Obviously, there are wider questions about regeneration that could be considered, but I know that that's not what the officers are asking you to consider. Why you should refuse.
Thank you, Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And it's really good to hear from my colleagues in Peckham. Of course, you know Peckham very well and its needs. I am bewildered, though, by the stance you are taking. You've admitted that 35% versus 12%, clearly we're worse off. Yep, the position taken is resulting in us being worse off. I've gone through all the objections. They seem to fall into 4 or 5 main categories, which are pretty standard categories. If with the benefit of hindsight, councillors, in the early days in negotiating with Berkeley Homes, the question of height in order to achieve greater and improved viability, with the benefit of hindsight, would it have been better to have negotiated on to secure at least 35% with some compromise or some aspect of the scheme, and to share with the community that clearly 12% is a worse position than 35% with what we have today. So with the benefit of hindsight, would it have been better for you to have negotiated and led the community, take the community on that journey? Because this is London, and London is a dynamic place, and change is a central feature of London. Would you agree with that that position? That, it would have been better to negotiate and take the community with you on this point.
Thank you. No, that's a really interesting question to kind of rephrase the process over the last year. Obviously, since I've been a councillor in the last 12 months, there's been quite a lot of change in terms of the Aylsham application. And a question that I ask myself is, why didn't Barclays reappraise the scheme when it became unviable? Because I do think I think it's implausible that the site couldn't have, under some other reconfiguration, have accommodated the 35% golden rule as the chair outlined, under an alternative configuration. I'm sure that, it is a question of trade-offs. I'm sure if there was taller buildings or taller buildings that made it viable at 35%, that could have been something that could have been easier to talk about to the community. But as my colleague said, and I'll give way, it feels lose-lose at the moment, though.
I mean, if I preoccupation now, because I know what the need is. So that for me dwarfs everything. And we've had some falling out, about the height, the width, or whatever. But I think now, I had to come because I felt so upset about it, really. The idea that we can go from 35% to 12% when we need, much more. So I think really we can say what we want about hindsight, but I think we desperately need social housing, don't we?
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the questions. Thank you very much for coming to speak to us. It's always really helpful to get ward councillors' perspective on these things. So, but if you could return to the public seating area. I know it's quite late now. We do need to reach some conclusions, but are there any final questions coming out of all the presentations that we need to raise with officers before we start to move forward? So I saw Councillor Tester, then Councillor Bamby, then Councillor Seaton.
Thank you. I think there's kind of a couple of questions just from me, and they're sort of semi-related, so I will just do the two together. Obviously, the officers have recommended that we have this one singular reason for refusal. And what I kind of wanted to understand is, would our argument be weakened if we had other subsequent reasons for refusal? Do they have to be kind of, when the appeal is considered, do they have to all be applicable, or could the appeal be sort of thrown out just because of the one reason for refusal, even if we have others as backup, if that makes sense? Because I think there's been a lot of things identified by various different speakers, which, things, a bit like the wheelchair kind of parking point that I raised, that I think could be potential reasons for refusal, but are sort of probably subordinate to this main specific one. And I think also, as part of that as well, we've obviously had the contribution from the Southwark Law Centre about the Section 106 and about that reason for refusal or something not being included where it has been at previous times that an application has been appealed. So I was just wondering if officers can kind of clarify those 2 points for me.
On the Section 106, the reference that Jed made to H1 was a recommendation to approve, which was overturned at committee, and that became a decision by committee to refuse. So in that instance, the approach that we took in issuing the refusal was that there wasn't an agreed Section 106 because committee didn't agree officer's recommendation in that instance. This isn't a recommendation to you to approve or refuse, as Chair set out. This is our recommendation to you as officers about reasons for refusal. If you look in the report, towards the end of the report, there are heads of terms for proposed heads of terms for Section 106. That includes monetary and non-monetary requirements, which we're recommending to you. You endorse to our case at the public inquiry and the appeal. They total payments of £2 million. Section 106 monies, they include, amongst other things, contributions to a business relocation strategy that has been discussed. And they also include the requirement to have an early, mid and late stage review. So our case to you is that unlike H1, in order to establish a position for the council on the Section 106, you don't have to put a refusal, a failure to agree the Section 106 agreement. What we're asking you to do is endorse the heads of terms within the report, and that £2 million of payments to the council. I would add another thing that the Section 106 heads of terms suggests is that a community land trust provision is part of the Section 106 agreement. What is in the Section 106 agreement ultimately is not up to the council or to Berkeley Homes. It's up to the secretary. It's up to the inspector. But we are recommending in those draft heads of terms that it includes also the requirement for some community land trust provision in the affordable housing. So that's the position as reported in the report before you about Section 106. And why we've taken a different approach to what happened on H1, where it was an overturned recommendation from officers, and it was one of the reasons for refusal. The point the Southwark Law Centre was making, we think it covers off that point, in effect, because you are endorsing a list of asks to the inquiry. Just in terms of how the inquiry process works and reasons for refusal, as your officers, we're recommending the reasons for refusal that you see on the screen. But the inspector at an inquiry is considering the entire application and all points of policy. So the inspector is not limited to the reasons for refusal that we're giving. But our advice to you is that we think this is a strong and defensible position at that inquiry. I mean, I think as Jed mentioned, the weight given to things like affordable housing is a matter for the decision taker. We've set out, and you, the committee, are the decision taker in this, not us as officers. So we have set out where our position is as your professional advisors on matters around affordable housing provision, viability. But as members, you can, you might take a different view, and you might want to add, further conditions. Sorry.
Excuse me. Can we not have interruptions from the meeting, please?
So you may, rather than add more conditions, you might want to add more reasons for refusal. That could be something about some affordable housing, could be something about business relocation strategy. As a for instance, that would be your decision to take. That does risk, there is some risk associated with that. So Berkeley Homes, as part of the appeal process, might feel that that's an unreasonable position for council to take, decision maker to take. So they could apply to costs against the council. So you have to bear that in mind. Our position as officers is a reason we've laid out in the decision we feel is a strongly defensible position, and a position given where we are with viability and all the considerations we've discussed.
I'm going to bring Nagla in because she is indicating we do need to get legal advice on some stuff.
I just wanted to clarify something that Colin said, which is, of course, the decision ultimately about what to require as part of the Section 106 and what the Secretary of State considers as necessary to mitigate the impacts of the scheme is down to him. But the council will make a case for what is required as part of the appeal process, and that is usually by way of a negotiated agreement with the developer. It's very rare that no agreement is reached. Then a unilateral undertaking giving an offer might be offered by the developer. But even if there's no agreement, a lot of the times what they do is we include blue pencil clauses. That means that the inspector can decide who is right on something. Is this really a requirement that should be imposed on the grant of planning permission or not? And then they go through and they agree or strike out relevant provisions. So officers will put forward the best possible case based on what they put in the heads of terms in the Section 106 agreement to secure those things which they consider are needed to make this scheme acceptable in planning terms, should planning permission be granted by the Secretary of State. So whilst it is their decision to decide, we still can have, as officers, have an influence in putting forward a case as to what the inspector should consider and what weight the inspector should give certain obligations. So that's not something that, there's no missed opportunity. It's really, I just wanted to clarify that point.
Councillor Tester.
Thank you. And that was really helpful, Colin. I think what I don't quite understand, and I appreciate that there is the sort of the risk with, adding additional reasons for refusal. What I don't quite get is are the reasons for refusal all considered together? So by adding some that you may not see as being as strong but we think are relevant, does that make the ultimate risk of the appeal being allowed stronger, or do each of the reasons for refusal stand on their own? That's the point I don't really get, because I think, we've got other things that we think aren't policy compliant and could therefore be reasons for refusal. Why would we not add them in to build that case further and further? That's the point I don't really understand as to whether that actually does add more risk or not. Because I appreciate with anything that there is always risk of us being cost, sort of having costs and those kind of things. So, yeah.
As the committee, you can take a view different to us as officers, as long as you're reaching that position, rational basis, and you're taking a different view of judgment and balance. The point has been made about affordable housing, and national guidance states that the relevant weight given should be a matter for the decision taker. So you can entirely reasonably take a different view. You could put that as a separate reason for refusal. I don't think having additional separate reasons for refusal is necessarily making this kind of more risky in that sense. But those separate reasons might be subject to a claim of costs from Berkeley Homes, but that's their decision. They may choose not to go down that route, and they may choose just to address those issues that you might want to add within the appeal process. I mean, it's worth bearing in mind that we've set out our view as officers, but the way the planning system functions through planning committee, you as members are entitled, of course, to arrive at different views about balance, about some of the issues that have been discussed tonight.
Okay, thank you. If it's very quick.
Just to add to your address your point about risk, I think the risk is, it's like with any determination of planning application, it's not a tick box exercise. You look at it and you weigh in the balance, what is your strongest point? Remember, for every ground of refusal, you have to produce evidence. You have to find an expert that's going to support the council's case. If you've got one good reason for it to be refused, that's all you really need. So, in terms of risk, the only risk really is in terms of what you would need to consider as the resources that are required for putting forward all those grounds of appeal, and the risk of costs if the inspectorate finds that it's an unreasonable ground for refusal. And again, just for full transparency, it will depend on whether Berkeley Homes actually make an application for costs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bamby.
Councillor Tester asked my question, so in the interest of time, I'll repeat.
Thank you very much. Councillor Seaton.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just starting this document again to make sure. I suppose, can I just first of all go back to the officers, Colin, Vicky, on the question of the reasons, the sole reason for our objection, which is, of course, the affordable home quantum. Is it correct that the applicant agent has identified that, in fact, it is, in fact, compliant with the London plan? Can you just confirm that that's the case? And then I've got my substantive question.
Yes, it is, because the planning policies about affordable housing say subject to viability. So in that sense, viability evidence demonstrates that what they're offering is the maximum reasonable. Actually, it goes beyond the maximum reasonable when you take into account viability. And that is why we haven't included viability in that reason.
So just to follow up on that, we did get one of the comments that Suffolk Law Centre raised was about policy saying that the weight of viability is for the decision maker to assess in terms of grounds for refusal. So we were told by Suffolk Law Centre that was something we could put weight on in terms of our decision. So just to get a little bit more advice on that.
Well, we recognise that, and we've identified that within that draft reason for refusal on the basis of the lack of public benefits which would arise or wouldn't arise in this instance to outweigh the heritage harm.
I can ask my substantive question in that case. So based upon that evidence, and it's all about the evidence, of course, notwithstanding the need for viability. I'm not smiling at you, of course, but anyway. Chair, I'm of the view now that, having now gone through the document yet again, that the ground for us to suggest, forgive me, the ground for us to identify what are not supplementary points as opposed to primary objections, okay, there are none. If the officers, it effectively described a situation in which the officers are now saying that in fact.
Councillor Seaton, is there a question?
I'm getting to a question.
This does feel like
now. I'm just getting there. I'm just making sure I've got it properly phrased. I needed to. It's got to be sufficiently impactful. If there are no substantive grounds for objecting and defending the appeal, are the officers able to put forward an alternative, substantive reason to defend the appeal, other than the more less substantial reasons which have been identified by Councillor Tester and Councillor Canby?
Councillor Seaton, I think that's probably, officers have given us a recommendation about.
Martin did another one.
Well, I think if there was another one that they wanted to put forward,
I want to make sure
they would have done that. Okay. However, it is open for us to consider whether we think there ought to be other ones and work those through as officers to see whether we think they are of sufficient strength to merit as part of our decision. So I think, we shouldn't be asking officers to come up with things on the hoof when they put a lot of work into a report already and a decision. However, it's obviously open for us to consider that. So sorry for cutting you down, but I think that's That's very kind of you to say so. This time of night as well. There we go. I have Councillor Harper next.
Thank you. So I guess I would like to know if risk that by putting forward this reason for development to come back and done stuff to the proposal which harm to heritage appearance of Lane is kind of they sorted that out, but then have not improved like housing off. That happens, is there a risk that we would be unable to grounds like focused on one they could address, but then mitigate the concern? That makes sense. And I also I'm really sorry, I know there was a lot of what we could add as reason. Am I right in understanding that the risk of reason we give? No, okay.
I think that's right. As I understood the advice that we had, obviously, if the decision went against us overall, there'd be the risk of cost against us. There is a cost to the council from the advice we got from officers for each argument we put forward, because we have then got to put that evidence forward with that sufficient weight and preparation in order to prepare that. So there is a risk for us, and obviously if that is a cost to us, that's also a cost to Berkeley, which if we were unsuccessful against if they were to ask the cost those awarded against us, that would increase their costs as well as ours. So there is potentially a cost associated with that, but obviously to consider how much a risk that is.
In answer to your first question, yes, there is a risk that could happen. If we had a new application come in, we would have to consider whether it had addressed the previous reasons for refusal. So if the developer had made changes, addressed points in that reason for refusal, then we would have to take that on board. Holly might want to add to that.
But to Vicky's first point, it would need a brand new planning application to be submitted. So the appeal is the appeal submitted. So once you've lodged your appeal, you can't travel down the road 2 or 3 months and then start chopping and changing bits. it's an appeal against this scheme. I think it's unlikely that Berkeley would resubmit another scheme with bits of Rye Lane chopped down, bits of Building 11 taken out, because that would further depress the viability of the entire. It's a pretty significant cost in itself to make a planning application. My working assumption would be Berkeley would be focused on the appeal, and the appeal will be what we've seen tonight, not any variation on that. So in that sense, there isn't a risk that the inspector is going to be shown a version of the scheme that does what you're suggesting gets.
I think it's more a risk of like the precedent we're setting. Maybe we're being kind of scared by risk of cost and not kind of addressing now concerns we have, because there's easier kind of thing to do, which then if that's found to kind of be addressable, then like we've got a precedent. That's the only thing we're like on.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I think probably the key test has to be reasonableness, doesn't it? If we were to take a view about refusing this application for some reason which clearly wasn't reasonable, we'd say we think, for example, that everything there is on site, needs to stay there and be preserved in aspect, despite the fact that we have planning policy to say otherwise. That would be probably quite a difficult position for us to be able to defend in an appeal. And there may well be other things which I think have come through what we've heard today, though, we might want to consider as other reasons. For me, and probably I want to test these all out with officers just to see what we would all want to do. So for me, I mean, we've already heard that it could be possible for us to have the whole discussion about viability and affordable housing as a specific reason, and officers have suggested that might be something that was possible. So that would be one I think we need to look at. We've obviously heard about how the issue on traders and businesses might be amendable through condition, but also it's not there already, it's not there in the application. So whilst it could be something that could be amended through the application process, again, it might be something we want to consider. And the third thing that I picked up was the and I thought not only from my question early on to officers, but also some questions, but some of the points raised by the residents from Clifton Estate was the daylight impacts of the scheme. Because for me, if we're talking about the impact on the heritage aspects of this, there does appear to be a similar argument about the daylight impacts. That's not to say that, as I said, in other applications, it might be outweighed by the benefits in terms of the affordable housing that's being delivered, but that clearly wouldn't be the case here. So to me, those are three things I just like to run through with officers to see whether those are things that's worth us pursuing further, or you think they would not be good reasons to add.
I mean, Chas, I mean, certainly, my view would be those things, that they are things that you could add to the reasons for refusal, if you wish to do that. But where we've come up on H1, if you remember, we usually go into a closed session where members can talk about the reasons for refusal in more detail, and then we can reconvene the public part of the meeting, and you could, as members, make the proposals for having additional reasons for refusal.
Thank you. I'm going to ask at this. So I'm going to ask at this stage whether there are any further questions to officers that we want to raise at this stage. Councillor Harper.
It's more just that I have other things I'd like to get officers as like your list, but I don't think that's quite enough.
If there are other things that you think ought to be added as reasons for refusal, then I think we'll pick up in a moment. I think what we are about to do, just so everybody's clear, we need to have a conversation in private with officers about their advice on things. Some of those reasons, whether we do think they are appropriate reasons for refusal or not. So I'm going to ask you to leave the room. We're not going to keep everything private, by the way, because what we will do is we'll invite you back into the room before any decisions are made, and we'll make it perfectly clear what the proposals are. But clearly, we need to get good advice on some of those proposals. Nagla. So don't move yet. And so I will announce if you do need to move, but I'm just going to take some advice from our legal officer.
Chair, at the moment, I think we're at the stage where the committee can, in open session, closed session is really a matter of last resort. And at the moment, I think you still need to flesh out with officers the reasons for refusal. And then if you take a minded to position, and then we go into closed session if we need to. At the moment, we have, my view or my advice is to you that we haven't fleshed out the additional reasons for refusal sufficiently with officers, and we can still do that in public without compromising the legal case.
Okay, that's helpful.
And the one other thing I wanted to add, just to remind members, things that can be overcome by a condition or a planning obligation are not good grounds for contesting the appeal, because things that were mentioned, for example, the business relocation strategy, that is fixed and determined as part of the Section 106 obligation. So I'm just giving that as one example as to why it is that would not be an appropriate reason for refusal. So I would encourage you to flesh out the additional reasons you're thinking about with officers now, and then at the appropriate time we go into closed session if need be.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Councillor Tester.
Just on that sort of specific point, I think we've already had advice that obviously we wouldn't be determining what those terms of the Section 106 are. And I think if we were in a position where we wouldn't necessarily be able to guarantee that everything we would want in terms of things like the business relocation strategy and other areas which would normally be covered by a condition in the Section 106 agreement, it doesn't seem to me as though surely there needs to be some level of, like, if this is not covered in condition, it should be a reason for refusal, if that makes sense. I think that's what I'm really kind of struggling with is the fact that we're kind of having to sort of vote on this indication without having full control over it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it does feel certainly. I know we judge each application on its own merits, but we have seen. I'll mention Borough Triangle again, where it did feel as if things were a little bit firmer in terms of what was being considered in terms of the impact on business before we could discount that as a reason for refusal as part of that process. So for me, it feels if we don't have that level of certainty that we've had on some other applications where that's been a material issue that we've considered in great detail before discounting it, before we conclude. So I mean but that's me as a layperson, not as a legal expert or a planning expert. So I think we need to look at that. Before we do that, though, I'm going to turn to can I first of all just turn to Councillor Harper, just so you suggested there might be some further reasons you wanted to add. So I think we'll get all of those out on the table, and then we can look at them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify them so I don't ramble.
I think, Councillor Harper, you're the person who indicated. So if you want to list other things that you think we need to be considering as part of grounds of refusal.
Okay, yeah, I think grounds for refusal and the material condition impact on community, impact on area, under socio impact on ethnic minorities. But then the policies I would point to would be in London Plan GG1 and subsection 1.2 7, so that's London's distinct character. And then also in terms of housing, I think there is a case to refuse on housing, not under viability, but again under kind of London Plan, Southwark Plan policies. London Plan GD4, so delivering the homes London need, D and C, and then also London Plan. I'll come to that one. And then also Southwark Plan, so thriving neighbourhoods, SP5. And then, so the thing I was going to come back to is actually under the impact on area, socio-economic impact, London Plan Policy GD5, growing a good economy. And then also the but the shortfall in retail space as one of the site allocation. Those are the main ones.
Right. Okay. So that's quite a lot. Anything further that anybody thinks we ought to be adding to the list? Councillor Soames.
Necessarily further, what I'm now perplexed by, how we're going to spend another potentially up to maybe at least half an hour going through all this. You know, the officers have given us, surely this has already been explored, or hadn't it been? Why are we now rehashing and going through this? The proposal is before. I perfectly understand all the and I totally agree with Councillor Huff. But you know, officers have made a judgment which we've been asked to you know, decide upon this evening. And it was my understanding in the briefing before tonight that all other considerations had been considered. All the areas of decision were considered, and there was a decision. There was a decision that they were weaker than the impact of heritage. Hence, we've got this sort of unified statement, which sort of touches on, you know, various aspects of all of this, but the main impact of which is the impact on. So, what is it now about this whole process that officers or we are now being asked to consider because they couldn't go through this in advance of tonight and come up with additional reasons? We have been told all along this is the single most reason. Everything else comes. So now we are being asked to take a risk because, you know, we're not in the business of, Councillor Huff said, perhaps we need to be a little bit risk. Not in the business of, you know, money. So I just want to get an understanding, because are we then now going to go through half a dozen potential additional leads and then get to the conclusion that this is the most reliable, or are we going to go through half a dozen with and raise the factor, because we're going to then have consultants and experts. Time is ticking.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to take Councillor Bamby briefly.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Councillor Solon said, because I feel like I'm being asked to judge insufficiently what gives us, if we do make a decision to support the appeal, to now judge what gives us the best chance of being successful at this appeal, when I would have thought officers are probably best versed and have more understanding of precedent in terms of appeals process like this, what would give us the best chance of being successful. Because my question is, I understand there's all these different things that we can come back on, daylight, business, etc., but I'd be thinking, what gives us the best chance of being successful at the appeal stage, I don't know what gives us the best chance of being successful. I can add on reasons and things, but I'm focused on the success of it as opposed to wasting council money and resources. And if officers are saying this gives us the best chance of appeal, and they're the ones that are or have the expertise in this, then I feel more comfortable going with that as opposed to adding my own reasons. I care about them deeply, but I care about being successful at the appeal stage more.
Okay. Councillor Tester.
I suppose to sort of add to that, I don't necessarily disagree with what both Councillor Soames and Councillor Van Bay are saying, but I do think that there is a sort of separate part to what kind of Councillor Harper was asking about earlier, which is actually this is not just about the appeal, it's about making very clear what sort of development we think as politicians and as elected representatives is acceptable in Southwark. What we don't want to be is in a position where this appeal is kind of heard, it's upheld, Berkeley come back a year later with an application which addresses these heritage problems but doesn't address the affordable housing, and we're then in a position of essentially being arm twisted to accept a development which doesn't have enough affordable housing, which we have all, I think, in this committee said that we don't think is acceptable. We don't want to be in a position where we have to accept that because we've resolved the heritage issues. And I think it's important to make sure that we're looking ahead at those broader things as well, and that at the other things about this development which are not acceptable, as well as the heritage concerns.
Okay, I think we have been to that. What I'm going to do is just take a very quick indication of members whether we think we should just be looking at the grounds that we've got in front of us, or whether you think that we ought to be considering a broader range, whether we ought to be looking at additional reasons for refusal. So I'm just going to take a quick indication, just because otherwise we might be talking about this for a very long time without drawing to a conclusion. Councillor Seaton.
Point, Chair. If I've understood to respond to my earlier question as to the basis upon which our defence would be based upon the lack of affordable homes, and if I've understood the response to my earlier question, that in fact it is compliant, okay, therefore the other considerations which I see on the screen and would be mentioned thus far are subsidiary, and therefore less likely to succeed and expose us to unnecessary cost. I take the view at this point that I can see no reason to contest the appeal, but what we must do is give officers clear direction as to the negotiation for the 106 agreement and other related documents. Well, they will engage with the inspector and highlight, and they will engage. Forgive me, just make sure, just getting a response to that question, Councillor Test is suggesting that if we do not contest the appeal, the negotiation will take place on the 106 agreement, and that will be guided by comments made at this committee. Am I right or wrong?
Well, I think,
Chair, if you decide not to contest the appeal at all and not even put this ground forward, then you're out of the game, if I'm that way at this late hour. If you have grounds for appeal and you go in and you negotiate and make the case in front of the inspector as to what he or she should be requiring as part of the Section 106 agreement if they are minded to grant permission pursuant to the appeal. And while I've got the mic, I might add that it's a judgment for you to decide, essentially. The officers have set out, as your professional advisors, that they think this is the best reason for refusal. There is the strongest one because the other ones can be overcome by conditions or planning obligations. If you are free to disagree with that, but in that case, you must tell us on what basis and what policy ground. And Councillor Harper has made a very good start in referring us to specific policies, and then we will help you through that if those are the reasons you wish to refuse on. defend the appeal.
Thank you. So we seem to have three separate positions. One that we do not contest the appeal. Can I just have a quick indication about anybody that's saying that we shouldn't contest the appeal? Okay. Oh, Councillor Season, thank you. Anybody that are other people happy that we do contest the appeal? I am seeing a broad level of indication from everybody else committee. Okay, so let's discount that one. So we then have the option of either accepting going forward with the recommendation we got forward, or the other option is looking at additional reasons for refusal. So can I just see an indication of those people that think that we should not add any further reasons for refusal? That's 2. Those people who think that maybe we should consider additional reasons. That's 4 of us. So that looks if we will look at those, but we obviously need to look at the merits of each of those before we decide to add those. Okay, so I have this list, which is about viability and affordability on its own being an additional reason. We have the impact on business and small traders. We have the impact, daylight impact of development. We have the impact on the socio-economic impact on the local area, and Councillor Harper helpfully gave some London Plan policies attached to that. We have policy about the homes that Londoners need, looking at both the London Plan and the Southwark Plan, and we have the issue of shortfall on retail space. That's 6 different ones there. Just to run through those, are there any of those that you think that the council could not make a reasonable case? First of all, from officers, which of those, do you think there are any of those that we would not be sensible putting forward?
Yeah, I would say of that list, the one which I think would be most difficult to defend be Councillor Harper's case about socioeconomic growth impacts. The reason being that that off that policy, particularly that policy in the London Plan, then hangs all the other policies about affordable housing delivery, growth generally, the provision of housing more generally, not just. So I think that would be a particularly difficult to defend. I think the others in the list are things that I think, yes, reasonably, as a committee, you could arrive on a different view to us.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. Councillor Stones.
Sorry. So we were told, which is why I made my sort of previous statement, that all other considerations could be addressed on. So now, are you saying our officers saying something completely different? Hence the reason why they were discounted as a reason to defend the appeal. Hence my earlier statement. But now you're saying the opposite. Because I totally agree with Councillor Harper. But, we were told one thing on the outset, and we were told, and that was repeated earlier briefing. Now you're sort of saying, well, actually now, discounted one on the socioeconomic, but we've got, 5 other that were previously considered and said, well, no, they would be indefensible, because, the inspectorate could, discount it, reject it because it could be addressed on the addressed through condition. But now you're saying, well, actually, it is defensible. I mean, I'm completely confused and I'm vexed now.
Yeah, can I yeah.
Yeah, could you use your mic when you're speaking? Your mic's not on.
Members were guided in a particular direction. But now you're saying, well, actually, it is that we can start about looking at public policy. That was your job to do that before mine.
Yeah, can I just preface the comments that I just made?
I just asked that I know this is quite late. I know that people's tempers may have got slightly short, but I do think it's important for each other with in this. Thank you.
Apologies, councillors. I should have prefaced the comment I made with our view as officers is that the reason for refusal that you can see there and which we've set out in the report is the strongest grounds with which to defend this appeal. So that remains my view. It remains our view as officers. The question that the chair asked me was if additional reasons were to be added in this open session, could I express a view about which of those I thought were more reasonable and which would be difficult to defend? Ultimately, my view remains that what you can see there and what we briefed you on previously is the strongest case. The decision to add other things is yours. I've been asked to offer an opinion about the list of things which the chair has gone through, and I've expressed my view about that. But ultimately, my view is what we recommended is the right thing to do. I haven't changed my mind about that, but I've been asked to express a view about things that you, as the committee, majority of the committee, may want to add. And my view on that is as I've just said. I think some of those things you could add. I think one of them would be very difficult to justify.
Right. Vicky, I saw you indicated, and you've been quite quiet for a very long time.
It's just in response to Councillor Soanes's comments, which I fully understand. In the main, a lot of the concerns that have been raised could be, in our view, addressed by a condition or a reason for refusal. There are also areas, as we outlined in the presentation, where we've used our planning judgment, such as daylight and sunlight, which is one of the reasons that one of the councillors put forward as a potential reason for refusal. We don't think that would be a particularly strong ground for the reasons I explained in the presentation about the town centre, the 20 stories and the site allocation, etc., etc. However, if you exercise your judgment and you take a different view, we don't think that would be particularly risky because you're exercising your judgment and we could mount a defence against it. But we don't think it's the best one. We don't think it would necessarily be upheld at an appeal. We don't necessarily think the inspector would agree with us. But I don't think it would be risky to you or the council if you wanted to pursue that. Does that make sense? No. Okay. Yeah.
If it wasn't to be upheld, then surely that presents a risk.
Well, when I say risk, a risk of costs, presumably, we would be able to put evidence to the committee, to the inquiry, to say there are these concerns about height, scale and massing, but we would be able to mount a defence. It wouldn't be a case of actually we can't submit any evidence because we haven't got any.
So yeah, so the issue is about how much it potentially costs us, and as I said, if we had costs awarded against us, also costs. The quantum of the costs for the appellant. Councillor Banby.
So my understanding is officers have put forward this reason for refusal because it gives us the best chance of success. And my colleagues here are suggesting that we need to factor in all of the other considerations that we've heard from the objectors, because not only are they strong, but thinking about precedent, they might, thinking about future opportunities where a new plan application is put forward, we want them to not only address this, we would want them to address other things. I guess my only response to that would be, if this argument put forward is the difference between being successful versus putting forward an alternative argument that adds in additional considerations. Wouldn't we in hindsight say we would have wished to have put forward this argument, which gives us the best chance of success, over option B, which is this argument, and other arguments too, because we're thinking long term, etc. But what does that mean if we lose the appeal anyway because we've made a different argument?
I think what we're saying is that officers are saying that the strongest grounds they think for us refusing is what they've set out there. Question then becomes, does adding other reasons weaken that case? Or does it give us something else that's preferable? I tend to view that as long as we are not making any reasons that officers don't feel they can defend, then I don't see how it weakens the case. I think for me the advantage of it is, and I think the other people have said this as well, but I will repeat it just so that you understand where my head is if the planning inspector looked at all of this and agreed that refusal of this was right, but on fairly narrow grounds because we'd only put one reason for refusal, is there a risk that the applicant or somebody else, if Berkeley walked away, came back with a different application which addressed this in terms of the heritage impact, but otherwise we were unhappy with? Given there would then be a precedent that said, well, the only reason for refusal is this, does that put us at risk of getting a development there that we're not happy with? Sorry, Ed did say, please not have interruptions. It's quite nice to be applauded, but actually we do need to get on and complete the meeting. What I'm going to do now, Councillor Dalton.
Quickly on the housing aspects of what was raised in terms of things. I think there might be something on viability. However, to me at least, what we've had, that wouldn't be very detailed. But there were some other points. Housing and affordable. So it'd just be good to get what price is on it. And it feels like the housing thing is, though there's lots of, probably the most important message. You're not meeting.
I think what I'm going to do, because it is quite late and we've sort of talked about this for a while, is, as I said about half an hour ago, I am going to ask that we go into closed session so we can get some advice on wording from officers. We will then invite people back in before we make a decision. So I'm going to ask people to leave. So if you could leave the meeting, and I'm going to allow people, I'm seeing one or two people indicating they want a quick comfort break, but be very, very quick because we do need to get this over and done with, and I am mindful that it might take a bit of time and people have been waiting been received in respect of planning application reference 24 AP 2074, which is a major application which normally have been considered and determined by the Planning Committee following referral to the Mayor of London, but will now be determined by the Secretary of State. Secondly, notes that the Planning Inspector has been appointed to decide the appeal, and this planning inquiry has been listed with a time estimate of 8 days commencing on the 27th of October 2025. And that officers recommend the, sorry, I'm trying to follow my written. Apologies, slightly late. Thirdly, consider the officer's report, and we endorse that the following reasons for refusal had the applicant not appealed against determination. Firstly, that the proposed development, owing to low-level affordable housing and the failure to deliver any community land trust homes, would fail to deliver. That's what I'm reading. That's why I slightly jumped. Sorry, apologies. Slightly less fluent than I would normally be in terms of reading this thing. So yeah. So apologies. So this statement for this section is is set out in the addendum report and as was shown to us earlier. So the proposed development owing to a level of affordable housing and failed to deliver any community land trust homes, would fail to deliver sufficient public benefits to outweigh the heritage harm to the character and appearance of Rye Lane, Peckham conservation area, owing to the height, scale and massing of proposed blocks A, B and C. The scheme would also result in harm to townscape owing to the excessive height of proposed block L. As such, the proposed development would be contrary to paragraphs 212, 213 and 215 of NPPF 2024, policies D1, design, character and capacity for growth, D4, delivering good design, and HC1, heritage, conservation and growth of London Plan 2021, policies P13, design of places, P20, conservation areas, P21, conservation of historic environment and natural heritage, and site allocation NSP 74 of the Southwark Plan 2022, and the Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area Appraisal 2011. The officer report identifies that townscape harm would arise from the height of proposed block L, but concludes this would not. Sorry, ignore that last bit. I think that's not part of this. So up to Rye Lane Peckham Conservation Area Appraisal 2011. We have an addition or reason that we're adding, which is the proposed development owing to low level of affordable housing would fail to make the meet the significant need for social and rented and intermediate homes in the borough. As such, a proposal will be contrary to policy P1, social rented and intermediate housing of Southwark Plan 2022, affordable homes SPD of 2025, and G4 and policy G4 of the London Plan. A further reason for refusal is the loss of retail space. Proposed development owing to loss of retail space would fail to meet the site allocation requirement of NSP 74 to provide at least the existing amount of retail space currently on site, and as such would cause harm to the vitality and viability of the town centre, and would fail to diversify and complement the existing retail offer in the town centre. This would be contrary to policy SD6, town centres and high streets, and E9, retail markets and hot food takeaways of London Plan 2011, and policy P35, town and local centres, NSP 74, the London Plan 2022. Of the Southwark Plan 2022. Then our next clause is authorise officers to defend the appeal on the basis of the above reasons for refusal, which form the basis of the council's evidence at the inquiry. Next, notes officers consider it to be necessary for any Section 106 obligation submitted in respect to the appeal to include provisions set out in the report. Sixthly, delegates authority to Director of Planning and Growth to agree to final Section 106 terms as he considers appropriate to likely time constraints in the appeal process, which may prevent the matter being referred back to committee for further consideration. And finally, if the appeal is granted and a condition or Section 106 obligation is imposed that requires the applicant to submit a final business relocation strategy for the for approval, but this approval is determined by planning committee. So apologies that I sort of stumbled over my words slightly there, but is there any clarification any member of committee needs before we move forward? Is that proposal seconded by any member of the committee? So Councillor Tester get there first. Thank you. I'm going to ask members in turn how they wish to vote on this. So Councillor Seaton. Councillor Dalton. 4. Councillor Harper.
4.
Councillor Soames.
4, Chair.
Councillor Tester.
4, Chair.
Councillor Bamby. And I'm Councillor Richard Livingstone, and I'm voting for that. So the recommendation that the case we put forward to the appeal is for refusal on the basis that we set out has been agreed. And as I said, what we have also said is if the appeal of the applicants is successful, then any determination of the business plan would need to come back to this planning committee for approval, or a decision on that was made. So that is the decision we've taken. That brings us to the end of today's meeting. I apologise again for the length of this. I do hope you all have a safe journey home. Take care.